Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Rise in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 7, Kakashi mostly keeps it together. Mission Report, D29. Continued residence in Redacted. All targets baseline status. All allied combatants and non-combatants baseline status. Operative Cat 15 experiencing sustained physical fatigue, mental stress, and depressed mood. Mental status approaching critical. Provisions acquired on bi-weekly basis. Base established in Redacted. Patrols conducted 5 times daily at variant times. Sentry duties rotated between Operative Cat 15 and allied combatants. Security status, low-level risk due to civilian traffic in environment. No contact with enemy combatants. No contact with allied combatants. End report. Operative Cat 15. A Haytake without a pack is worse than lonely. They spiral into depression, into obsession. Kakashi knew this. It was a reason he'd sought out the other refugees after the fall, a reason he kept at least 2 of his Ninken with him when he traveled. Kakashi was dangerously close to not having a pack, but the only thing more dangerous to a Haytake than not having a pack was losing a pack. And Kakashi was not so naive to think that he could keep a pack alive in the face of war. Pressure on his forearm. Shiba, he said, without looking down, what did we say about biting me? The Ninken unclenched his jaw and swished his tail mutinously. Don't, Shiba said mulishly. But Pakun said. Pakun needs to keep his nose out of other people's business, muttered Kakashi, rolling his eyes. He's just worried about you, Shiba said earnestly. He's afraid you'll go crazy because of what happened to your last pack. Stop talking, Akino warned, just as Kakashi growled, thank you, Shiba. Don't you know when to keep your mouth shut? Akino groaned, baring his teeth at the younger hound. Sorry about him, Kakashi. Shiba tilted his head apologetically, but Kakashi waved it away and took a drink from his canteen. Anything out there? No, said Akino. Uroshi is making one last round, but it's been all clear so far. Should be a straight shot to the Kempen no Kuni. Good, said Kakashi. We leave in 10. When he traveled with only his Ninken, Kakashi never bothered to unpack. He hooked the canteen back onto his belt and spent the remaining minutes of respite picking bits of twig out of Shiba's shaggy coat. You're a Ninken, he muttered. This isn't even your first life. You'd think you'd learn to keep your own fur clean. Shiba pinned his ears back. This is a swamp. Besides, maybe you should blame the older members of the pack for not teaching me, he pointed out cheekily. Kakashi tapped him warningly on the nose as Akino snapped his teeth half-heartedly in Shiba's direction. Careful, said Kakashi, amused. The others will knock you down a peg if they hear. This one will knock you down a peg as soon as we return to camp, growled Akino, and Shiba widened his eyes in mock fear. Clear, announced Uroshi, prowling into the clearing. There are small clusters of shinobi to the south, but as long as we move quickly and discreetly we should slip straight past them. Kakashi tossed aside one last twig into the mud. Good. Uroshi, take a break and catch up to us. Akino, take point, I'll watch rear until Uroshi catches up. Uroshi nodded gravely, and Akino disappeared into the marshland in a flash of white-brown-gray fur. Kakashi leapt after him, stretching out his senses as far as they would go as he ran. The muted blurs of chakra of his Ninken bobbed alongside him, and further out, a little group of unrefined chakra. He inhaled, and even through the mask, he could scent the herd of deer scores of kilometers out. 100 kilometers flew under their feet before Shiba's ears pricked and Akino's swiveled. Kakashi, Uroshi growled from behind him. I know, said Kakashi, glancing off to the side with a narrowed eye. 3 shinobi, closing fast on an intercept course. Let's move faster, hope they're not out to get us specifically. Their easy lope picked up into a dead run as they flew across the swampland, but even then, Kakashi heard the shinobi change course to pursue. Might have tripped something back there, Akino muttered. All these factions running around Oto trying to kill each other. Kakashi said consideringly. We'll have to take care of this quickly. And quietly, asked Shiba doubtfully. Of course quietly, Akino growled. Kakashi. Uroshi and Akino, stay behind and flank them when they're close, Kakashi ordered. Shiba, with me. The two bigger Ninken peeled off immediately, melting back into the shadows. Kakashi slowed his pace almost imperceptibly, bounding from Muddy Island to Muddy Island. Shiba barked sharply, and Kakashi dove, twisting off a patch of mud onto the surface of the murky water in a spray of droplets to avoid the barrage of Kunao that hurtled through the space where he'd been. In one smooth movement, he unsheathed his katana and slashed a second flurry out of the air, then twisted the blade sharply to slice the wire that was about halfway to encircling his torso. "I can smell you," he murmured absently, landing in a ready crouch atop the water with his blade swept behind him. The first shinobi, built like a bruiser, crashed out of the bushes and charged, a well-used battle axe halfway through a crushing swing. He was promptly tackled out of the way by a snarling Akino, the blue-eyed Ninken's ruff bristling as he wrestled the attacker to the muddy ground. "Shit," the man yelped in an amusingly high-pitched voice, as Shiba sank sharp fangs into his dominant wrist and wrenched. A piercing screech rent the air, far too loud and high-pitched to be caused by natural means, and the Ninken let go with pained whines, leaping free. Kakashi gritted his teeth. "Kai," he snapped, sending his chakra out in a small, controlled burst. A second shinobi slunk out of the marsh with a snicker as his companion hauled himself upright unsteadily, clutching at his mangled hand. "It's not a genjutsu," he explained smugly. "It's a ninjutsu. And you can't stop it." Another shriek. Kakashi jerked his head to the side involuntarily as it hammered into his ears. Uroshi bared his teeth, ears flat against his skull, as Shiba whimpered, crouching lower to the ground. The shinobi Akino had mauled lunged at Kakashi, and again, Shiba darted forward in a flash, bringing him down by the ankle. Akino sprang as well, intercepting the man's other arm before he could bring his axe down. Kakashi pounced at the other shinobi, who whipped out a kunao from either sleeve and hurled them at him. He deflected both off his blade, and gave chase. A third screech. Kakashi clamped both hands over his ears, giving ground rapidly, and both Akino and Shiba tumbled away from their target in a flurry of muddy fur, ears flattened. Kakashi's opponent seized the opening and pounced, pinning Kakashi against a gnarled tree. Kakashi dropped his sword, grabbing the man's wrists with both hands as the other shinobi bore down with a pair of kunao. The screech cut off abruptly with an audible crunch. Both Oto shinobi flinched, whipping around with wide eyes. "Ma," said Kakashi sympathetically. "Uroshi has a bit of a short temper. Sounds like you might need a new ninjutsu expert." Kakashi's opponent turned back around with a sneer, increasing the pressure until his blades were practically touching Kakashi's throat. "So, what clan are you?" The man mused conversationally, narrowing cold eyes. "You're about to join my teammate in hell, and I need to know what name to add to my kill list." "Inuyasha? Inutama?" "Hey take, actually," Kakashi said, tilting his head up, and had the pleasure of watching the blood drain from the shinobi's face as he opened his eye. "Kakashi," said Shiba conversationally, "do you maybe think you're getting a little too well known?" Kakashi dropped the body with a thump. "I'm in pretty much every bingo book printed since I was 10, he pointed out. "Konoha made sure I would be well known. That's why I wear this." He tapped the battered porcelain of his full face mask. "No, but like he prodded the mangled body of the shinobi he and Akino had taken down with a mud-splattered paw. "These guys were Chunin level, probably, and as soon as he heard your name he tried to run." Kakashi shrugged. The rest of his team was already dead. He just wanted to cut his losses. Uroshi dragged the limp body of the third from the bushes and dropped it, baring bloody teeth. "Shiba, clean up the trail, would you?" he rasped, jerking his head back to where he'd come from. "My ears are still ringing." "I hate Oto," Shiba complained, but went. Kakashi spat a flame that set the bodies alight despite the damp seeping in from the bog. "Keep watch, Akino," he ordered absently, wiping down his katana. "If their faction comes looking for them before we're out of here, we're in trouble." The Ninken growled agreement, slinking back into the marsh as the fire ate away the corpses into ash. With a perfunctory deton, Kakashi buried what remained. "Let's go," he called, and his Ninken darted out of the shadows and onwards. They crossed the border without incident, and about 50 kilometers inside the border, Kakashi angled them south. Swamp slush thankfully morphed into solid ground, damp and pocket-marked from hail or hard rain. He picked up the pace and angled for the hills. Just after dawn, he slowed to a stop at a narrow valley nestled in the hills. At the far end, hidden in a grove of low-growing trees, was a little hamlet. Mist clung to the outside of his mask and collected in the eye-holes. "Let's take this slow, boys," he murmured. "Sheba, advance. Urushi, sweep behind us. Akino, sentry." An hour-long sweep revealed no followers. Ninken at his heels, Kakashi approached the settlement, exchanging a nod with the sentry crouched in one of the larger trees. At a small house no different than the ones around it, Kakashi tapped lightly on the door. After a moment's pause, it swung open. "Oh," she said, biting at her lip absently. "I'm sorry she's not having a good day. I'd like to see her anyways, if that's all right," said Kakashi, hooking his mask to his belt. Sheba wiggled past his legs and nosed up to her, tail wagging madly. "Ma," Kakashi admonished, and the excitable Ninken backed up a step. "It's fine," she reassured. "I can get them something to eat and drink while you're in there." "Thank you," said Kakashi, and watched as all three Ninken filed after her into the kitchen. He glanced down at his pants, lightly flecked with mud, then shrugged mentally before knocking on the bedroom door. There was no answer, but he hadn't been expecting one. He let himself in and shut the door behind him. The room was dim and still. Faint shadows yawned from the far corners, and a slight chill emanated from the open window. A tray with a bowl of rice, a plate of fish, and a bowl of soup gone cold sat on the bedside table. The sheets on the bed were folded in with clean, sharp corners, but the room's sole occupant sat hunched and motionless in a worn armchair carefully angled towards the window. "Hime," said Kakashi, but Tsunade did not so much as twitch. Kakashi stepped over carefully until he was standing next to her, in front of the window. "I'm sure you'll be happy to know that the kids are doing well," he said quietly. "They're learning so quickly. Well, Naruto's almost got the hang of walking on top of the snow, but he seems to find tree walking easier. He's going to be a bulldozer on the battlefield." He glanced over, but Tsunade's vacant stare still fixated on something far beyond what was outside her window. "Gaara had a little incident last week," he admitted. "He lost control of the Ichibai. We used the experimental seal for the Kyuubi on him, and it worked, but his control over his sand is improving. He's been confined to camp for the past week and a half, so he's going a little stir-crazy." He paused to push back his hood and slide down the bandana that covered his hair to hang around his neck. "Shisui has good things to say about Temari. That's the Kazekige's girl, and Momoki's little Hayaton user is faster than ever. The Hyuga heiress is growing up well too. Hayashi-sama should be proud. You should see her fight, Hime. She's not the best fighter, but she has grace and resolve. And the civilian girl is a little spitfire. She's got both the boys under her thumb, and her chakra control is prodigious." But Tsunade sat, blinking but unseeing, until the sun's rays streamed brightly into the window and Kakashi ran out of words. He sighed, soft and tired. "I'll see you later, Tsunade-hime," he said quietly, and took the untouched food tray with him as he left. Shizune had evidently not only fed and watered his Ninken, she'd given them baths. Sheba's silky coat was again clean and golden, and his underside snowy white, as were Akino's paws. The mud was out of Urushi's coat, and the wolf-like Ninken curled in a loose circle around Taunton, with one massive paw under the pig's chin. Sheba, unsurprisingly, was sprawled shamelessly on his back as Shizune ran her fingers through his fur with one hand, most of her attention on the book in her hand. She glanced up as Kakashi emerged. Kakashi shook his head, and Shizune's face fell though she covered it as best she could. She sighed. "She woke up all right this morning, but when I went to grab her breakfast," she broke off, pressing her lips together. "Any progress on a cure?" Kakashi asked, settling on the couch. Akino shifted to give him more room, resting his jaw on his leg. Kakashi brushed a hand over the Ninken's head absent-mindedly. "Exposure therapy may have worked on her hemophobia, but post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, schizophrenia, these aren't things that can just be cured," Shizune said, frowning. "They're diseases and disorders of the mind, and the brain is incredibly complex and delicate. At best we can work on treatments, but the only Irionin qualified enough to perform such operations is, well, she gestured at Tsunade's bedroom, her. Kakashi exhaled. I made lunch, offered Shizoan. The commander will want to see you, I think. Kakashi acquiesced with a nod. I'll drop in on him after. Thank you. As his pack third after pack Akino patted at his side when Kakashi ducked out of Shizoan and Tsunade's house after a simple, homemade meal. Slugwitch Princess is not a strong leader like this, the hound warned. A pack will not follow her unless she is strong. Human speech while we're here, Akino, Kakashi reminded absently. Tsunade's strength is recognized everywhere in the elemental lands. And she is improving. Her catatonia doesn't last more than a day. She'll be ready for the meeting tomorrow. Akino tilted his head to eye Kakashi. You heard Poison Night Springs. Shizoan. There is no cure. Are you sure you are not clinging to the woman she used to be? Kakashi narrowed his eye at Akino until the Ninken looked away. I'm sure. And human speech, I said. He came to a stop outside yet another identical house and rapped on the door. Commander, he greeted dryly when it swung open. Shikaka rolled his eyes. Commander, he drawled. Akino. He held the door open as they filed in. The inside of the house was simultaneously sparse and cluttered. Little piles of books and weapons were stacked haphazardly on shelves and chairs, but the floors and other furniture were bare. The dining table, generally empty in Tsunade's house, was dominated by a large map with little colored pebbles scattered along its surface. Kakashi scooted a stack of books off a chair so Akino could jump up and scrutinize the map, bracing his front paws delicately at the table's edge. Any big changes? Shikaka let out a short sigh, scrubbing a hand over the top of his head. You mean apart from the doomsday parley with the Bloody Mist insurgents? No. Konoha and Kumo are still doing their back and forth, but nothing serious yet. Last week, a Kumo team chased a Konoha team through half of Unokuni at 230 meters southwest, but they were both moving fast and by all appearances focused on each other. We have rumors Kumo will try to make an incursion through Nami, since the other option is marching an army overland through two minor countries, but that would have to wait until the ice melts. No, Kakashi said absently. I wouldn't trust his shinobi to a wooden ship. Subtlety is not his strong suit, not when hostilities have dragged out for over 2 years. Exactly, Shikaku agreed. The position of this base is becoming precarious. Both sides will begin sending scouts, if they haven't begun already. Kakashi grimaced. If the meeting goes well, it's this or mobilizing to Uzushio. We don't have a lot of options. If we mobilize, there's only Uzushio, the older shinobi countered. That kind of activity won't go unnoticed if Konoha and Kumo escalate. You need to think about Kiri too, Akino pointed out gruffly, the syllables falling awkwardly from his mouth. Kakashi rubbed his chin absently. If this is going to work, then the insurgents need control of the Uzushio Strait. Right now, Kirigakure doesn't have the manpower to crush a significant shinobi force on that island. Well, we'll figure that out tomorrow, grumbled Shikaku, glaring at the table with folded arms. Any news from the recruiting effort? Mamakai pulled a couple of Chiryunin out of a tight spot in Kawa. Both of them are in the Konoha bingo book. Apparently they defected 2 months ago, and Konoha sent a Hunternin squad after them, said Kakashi. He dropped them in with a cluster in Kusa, and we're pretty sure they'll join up. Okay, Shikaku muttered, tugging a book out of the stack Kakashi had relocated. We'll add them to the tally. Type. 1 Taijutsu and Weapons Specialist, 1 Genjutsu Specialist, answered Kakashi. He hesitated. And, add 8 genin to the count. Shikaku's pen stopped moving. Akino dropped both paws from the edge of the table. Kakashi, said Shikaku disapprovingly. Don't tell me these are the Lost Four and company. Well, Kakashi hedged. Technically, we only have 3 of them since Cat 15 and Hyuga Hanabi are still in the wind. Shikaku slapped a hand over his face and sighed heavily. They're barely trained. There's no need to throw them into the first war that comes along. So we keep them out of the fighting, Kakashi argued. Support only. You know we need the numbers to pull this off. You can't guarantee the fighting won't reach them, Shikaku warned, but went back to scratching in his book. 17% of C-ranked missions escalate to genin fatalities, and that's during peacetime. I would say 2 of the teams are easily genin level already, mused Kakashi, tapping his fingers over his cloth mask. They lack experience, but I'm confident they'll be able to defend themselves well. We would still have to pull a Jounin or 2 off the front lines to guard them. Shikaku frowned. But that would only heighten suspicion. If their identities are discovered, we lose a tactical advantage. My team will rotate as necessary, Kakashi offered. And Shisui won't be on the front lines, in any case. Shikaku eyed him knowingly. Does Shisui know this? Kakashi grimaced. Shisui hasn't been active in the field since 2 years before the fall, not since Orochimaru kidnapped him. His recovery's been long, but he's still not back to 100%. He'll never be 100%, Shikaku pointed out reasonably. He's missing an eye. But if he's battle-ready, his talents are invaluable. He's ready, Akino rasped suddenly. The rest of the pack has seen him train. His mind is all that is holding him back. That could get him killed during a mission, argued Kakashi. War is back-to-back action. We can't put him through that kind of strain right away. Shikaku grunted. Fine, we'll keep him on the Lost 4 guard for now, he agreed reluctantly. I don't know that we could spare you or attack it to it anyways. He scribbled absently in his book. What about Mamakai? He ready to come clean? Kakashi snorted. He better be, he said. He can't hide his association with Hanaha forever if we ally with the Mist Insurgents. You would think it would benefit us, bringing Mamakai to the bargaining table, Shikaku muttered distractedly, since his information allowed us to make contact. What is he hiding? Or, what is he hiding from? So troublesome. I do trust him, Kakashi said mildly. I know. Shikaku waved a hand distractedly. Just thinking. Have you heard back from Operative 31? Kakashi glanced at Akino, who shook his head. He frowned. I'll have Ataka send a crow, but slipping into Konoha unnoticed takes time. Keep me updated, said Shikaku, and made one last note in his book before setting it down. He sighed, surveying the map with crossed arms. That's it for today, I guess. Sake, Kakashi agreed, and ignored Akino's disapproving blue glare. Sometime before dawn, a cold Ninken nose bumping Kakashi's hand woke him from a light doze. He blinked up at Uroshi, who leaned over him in his bedroll. The big Ninken snorted. Akino is on watch, he informed Kakashi gruffly. You smell. Kakashi grunted and went to borrow Shikaku's shower. As the water soaked through his hair, Kakashi scrubbed futilely at his battered mask. It hadn't been his, in Umbu he'd stolen it right off the face of one of his pursuers in the first few months after the fall, so it was one of the generic cat faces. Now, it was scratched and blood-stained, the paint over the right eye scorched almost completely off by a cat he hadn't dodged in time. He shut the water off and slipped into his old Umbu blacks, faded enough that the stains splattered over the fabric were beginning to show. He strapped on the vambraces, years beyond when they should have been retired and recycled. He didn't look in the mirror, he already knew he would see. Shikaku gave him a critical once-over as he exited the bathroom. You look like shit, he offered charitably. Kakashi hooked the porcelain mask to his belt and eyed the older shinobi's worn Jounin commander flak vest. Look who's talking, he retorted. You look like you lost a fight with a squirrel. Shikaku rolled his eyes and tossed a bundle of gray-white fabric at him. If all goes to plan, we'll have a bigger budget for equipment after today. You mean a budget, said Kakashi dryly, slinging the cloak over his shoulders. Let's go. Simple as the houses in the village of Kizocho and Yunokuni may be, they had, as expected of a ninja village, excellent soundproofing. This meant that Kakashi and Shikaku heard nothing right up until they opened the front door to Tsunade's house and were greeted by Tsunade's deafening roar of Shizen, followed by the harried Jounin herself sprinting past the doorway, a bundle of green cloth in her arms. Shikaku winced, shutting the door behind Uroshi. The Ninken slunk to the unhappy huddle of Shiba, Akino, and Taunton in the corner, and Kakashi regretted he could not join them. Ah, said Kakashi, maybe the Ninken and I could scout out. Shikaku snagged the back of his cloak before he could make his getaway. I suffer, you suffer, he hissed, narrowing his eyes at Kakashi. Tsunade stormed out of her room, her Haori now flying around her. Though her cheekbones stood out sharply on her face, she looked healthy and vibrant, nothing like the silent husk of the day before. Hey take, she bellowed, and Kakashi felt himself snap to attention. Updates, the short version. An additional 2 Chiryunin and 8 Genin added to the roster, Kakashi reported. Tsunade stopped short. 8 Genin, she demanded, leveling him with a severe glare. I hope you know what you're doing. Kakashi suppressed the urge to wince. Yes, ma'am, he said. She snorted. Fine, she snapped, whirling. Shikaku, put that cloak on. Shizoan. My pig. The meeting point was not 100 kilometers to the east, an easy run. Kakashi inhaled, letting the scents around him wash over him. The tiny farmstead long abandoned sat at the center of overgrown fields. From the lip of the valley, just beyond the fringe of trees, Tsunade surveyed the rendezvous with hands on her hips. Shiranui, she barked. Genma dropped lightly out of the tree beside the squad. No sign, he said. It's clear. Good, said Tsunade. Shizoan, Taunton, stay back with the guards. Hey take, Nara, with me. Assorted Ninken Shiba perked up, wagging his tail eagerly as Tsunade pursed her lips. On guard. Hey take. Shiba, in the tree lean. Akino and Uroshi, in the fields, Kakashi directed. Tsunade jerked her head, and the three advanced to the house. Its walls were built to last, white stone worn down by the elements, but the frame and roof were wooden, half rotten away. Kakashi followed as Tsunade stepped uncaringly past the dirt and debris littered on the floor and sat down at the dilapidated table. With a glance at Shikaku, Kakashi took up position at her shoulder, the older shinobi at her other side. Shiba's chuck repulsed once. None of them moved. The door opened. A figure entered, a blue-gray cloak draped over their shoulders, and like Kakashi and Shikaku, a hood over their head and a porcelain mask over their face. This was quickly followed by a second figure with a slighter build. The first tilted their head, and the third figure stepped delicately through the doorway. Mei, Tsunade greeted curtly. You look good. Tsunade-sama, a pleasure as always, Mei purred, stalking gracefully to the table. Her bodyguards ghosted up to take their posts behind her as she lowered herself carefully into the chair. Now we have considered your proposal. Have you any adjustments to make before we finalize the alliance? We'll raise our total by 2 Chiryunin and 8 Genin, Tsunade responded smoothly. One delicate eyebrow rose. 8 Genin? My, I hope they know how to water walk. Mei folded her hands delicately. Very well. We will match you shinobi for shinobi, 3 for every 2 who falls in battle. A war for a war. For a brief moment, Tsunade was silent. A war for a war, she agreed gravely, and reached across the table to shake Mei's hand. Kakashi slid a scroll and brush out of his sleeve, handing the contract over for both to sign. Tsunade scribbled her signature perfunctorily, but Mei took long minutes to scrutinize the document before signing, which she did with a flourish. Tsunade passed the scroll back over her shoulder to Kakashi, who slipped it back up his sleeve. Now, Mei said brightly. Perhaps we could dispense with the formalities and the secrecy, now that we're officially allies. Tsunade snorted. After you, she shot back. But of course. Mei snapped her fingers at her 2 guards. They unsubtle exchanged uncertain glances, but obediently threw back their hoods. The slight figure took off their mask first, revealing the face of a young woman with hard eyes. The other hesitated just long enough for Mei to level him with a glare before taking off his mask. Beneath his own mask, Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Fukaya Mako, former Umbu captain, Mei announced, and my second, Senta Kieo, former hunternin. Tsunade's hand tightened into a loose fist. You have a lot of nerve, she growled, bringing him to a meeting with Konoha Shinobi. But you are not Konoha Shinobi, Mei pointed out, still draped in her chair with languid grace. You're Hanabiha, and Ao is not only my right-hand man, but my best censor. We are Konoha, Tsunade snapped. And we do not appreciate that this man has stolen the eye out of a dead comrade's head. Your comrade should appreciate that we are shinobi, Mei shot back, and as shinobi, our alliances change. For a few tense seconds, both women glared at each other with killing intent held just barely at bay, and chakra crackling just under their skin. Kakashi shifted his weight subtly, but after a moment, they both relaxed. Tsunade glanced over her shoulder and waved a hand at them. Kakashi grimaced and took off the Umbu mask, sweeping back his hood in one movement. With a little more satisfaction than was probably considered decent, he took in the widened eyes of all three Kiri insurgents. My second, Hatake Kakashi, former Umbu captain and commander, Tsunade drawled with just a hint of smugness, and Nara Shikaku, former Jounin commander. Ryukatsu Kakashi, Mei purred at last, rolling his name in her mouth. Cold-blooded Kakashi. Wanted for collusion with Kyumigakuer in the assassination of the Sandaime Hokage, and Nara Shikaku. Framed, Kakashi interrupted, and ignored the way Ao stiffened across from him, likely for his perceived disrespect. Mei hummed. Konoha must really be doing something wrong, she mused, tapping long fingers against the splintering surface of the table, to drive away not only all three of her Sunin, but her Umbu commander and her Jounin commander. Tsunade huffed. No kidding, she muttered bitterly. Their identities and those of all under my command do not leave this room, she warned. Danzo cannot know of our involvement. Ao and Mako exchanged glances, but Mei merely nodded. Anything else on the agenda, or? No, said Tsunade. We're done for today. The corners of Mei's lips curled in a smile, and her eyes lingered just a little longer on Kakashi's half-masked face. We will be in touch, for the logistics, she promised, and with a swish of her battle dress, swept over the debris and out the door. Ao trailed her out, and with a last grim glance at the Hanaha shinobi, Mako did as well. After a moment, Shiba's chakra pulsed once. Shikaku. Tell me we're working on logistics, Tsunade snapped as she pushed back her chair and made a beeline for the door. We are, Tsunade-sama, Shikaku answered hurriedly. We've made lists of equipment we need to procure, including weapons and war rations. We're making arrangements to translocate the main U bases further south until we have confirmation of a secure channel to Uzushio, and then whichever islands the Kiri insurgents hold. We're working on the timeline to the first major assault in 6 months, as outlined in the treaty. Good, said Tsunade, and narrowed her eyes at Kakashi as Uroshi and Akino emerged from the brush to flank them through the rest of the fields. You get that, Hatake? 6 months to get those genin of yours good at water walking. They'll be ready, Kakashi confirmed. Kami, he hoped they'd be ready. Did you say genin? Genma dropped out of a tree, Senbon protruding from beneath his own mask. Kakashi, are you making mini-me's? Shikaku shuddered. I'm not the one training them, Kakashi defended. Kami knows I'd do a shit job of it. I don't know, Genma drawled. Itaki is still ticking, isn't he? Itaki is doing that himself, he retorted. Uchiha Itaki is probably not the benchmark for mental health, Shikaku muttered. Are you done gossiping? Tsunade demanded, effectively putting an end to their hushed conversation. Where's Tatami? Forward scouting, ma'am, Genma reported smartly as they came up to the lip of the valley. He'll meet us back at base camp. Shizune, Taunton clutched in her arms and Shiba at her heels, met them at the tree line. How did it go? She asked, squeezing Taunton until the little pig squeaked in protest. We have an alliance, Tsunade said with a sigh. Kami help us all. The low-grade chaos of Kakashi's Tetsu base camp was as great a contrast to the near silence of the U base camp as a typhoon was to a mist. Perched in a tree overlooking the camp training hollow with Baisuke half curled in his lap, Kakashi watched Shisui run his team through its paces. Shisui's favorite exercise by far involved sprinting across a circle denoted by numbered points, a drill he'd unsurprisingly either passed along or forced onto his students. 3 blurs zigzagged their way across the circle, 1 clockwise, 2 counterclockwise, intersecting in each other's paths easily. Kakashi shifted his headband up, opening Obito's eye in time to watch Temari execute a neat flip to avoid Niji, who slid under her, before continuing to tag the marker on the edge of the circle and whirl to sprint for the opposite side once again. Watch it! Niji snapped, swerving sharply to avoid a 3-person collision. Watch yourself! Temari fired back, already on the opposite side of the circle. In the same amount of time, Haku had sprinted the full length twice. "Come on, kids!" Shisui called gleefully. "Are you just going to let Haku-kun smoke you like that?" Perhaps that was a signal or a reminder, because in the next moment, Niji hurled 3 kunao at Haku, one after the other, but the other boy was far too fast, and Temari deflected the last away from her before hurling her own. Haku brought up a fistful of senbon, and the kunao ricocheted at Niji, who twisted out of the way and directly into Temari's path. The older girl responded by grabbing him by the shoulder and throwing him bodily into Haku, knocking them both to the edge of the makeshift arena as she zipped past. Haku recovered his feet first, tripping Temari neatly, before Niji forced her to roll to the side with a hurled shuriken as he darted away. "Time," announced Shisui, clapping his hands, and the 3 blurs realized back into shinobi children. "And that's 214 to 184 to 179. Shisui shook his head. "You gotta stop letting Haku-kun play you like this," he admonished when Temari huffed a disappointed sigh. "Neither of us will suddenly become faster than Haku," Niji pointed out, crossing his arms. "No," agreed Shisui, "but even though this is mostly a speed and agility drill, you can't forget about strategy. If you and Temari-chan had worked together to block Haku-kun more instead of each other, he wouldn't have gotten so far ahead of you two." He surveyed his charges. "Let's take a 10-minute break and move on to individual training," he decided. "Are you spying?" Kakashi covered Obito's eye and glanced behind him. "Observing," he corrected, as Baisuk flopped his head over to blink sleepy eyes at the newcomer. "From a distance." "Covertly," noted San dryly, sliding off Yuuki's back. "I do not understand why you do not view from closer." "That's not necessary," said Kakashi, subtly nudging Baisuk back onto his lap as the Ninken began to slide off. "They are pack, are they not?" San wandered to the edge of the cliff, peering down at the team. Yuuki nosed up alongside her, settling with a sigh in the snow. "No." "Drop it, San," Kakashi said gruffly. Itaki and Shisui, and even Zabuza, would have backed down, but San was not raised military the way the rest of them were. "My mother told me," San said placidly, a non sequitur, "that long ago, in this forest, lived a clan of men and wolves." "Izuhara Miyako?" Kakashi asked cautiously. "No," said San. "My wolf mother." She carted a hand through her wolf's fur. "They were beloved by my mother, fierce in their battles and fierce in their bonds. But eventually they grew tired of bloodletting and left the forest for the plains of the west. Instead of warriors, the ninja became farmers of the land, and though they were no longer true wolves, their companions remained wolves in spirit. As the years passed, old enemies discovered where they had gone and sought retribution for past grievances. Many years had flown by and the men had hidden away their weapons and forgotten how to fight. But their wolves had not. The loyal wolves defended their companions until they could rally against their foes. The enemy was driven off, but the cost was high and paid in blood. At the end of the day, there were no more Heitake wolves. Only Heitake ninja. Absently, Kakashi felt a hot moisture seeping into the bandana covering Obito's eye, and wondered when he'd realized who this story had been about. The ninja mourned their brave companions, San continued quietly. They would not accept their deaths, and so followed them into the spirit lands. Moved by their devotion, the Shinigami decreed that if they so wished, the wolves may bind themselves to a single ninja who could call them back into a mortal body with a blood sacrifice. However, some of the wolves and ninja wished not to fight any longer and longed for the peace brought by the spirit lands, and beyond, the pure lands. And so half the ninja stayed in the spirit lands with their wolves, and half the wolves returned to the mortal realm with their ninja. The clan left their farms. They were not destined to be farmers, and that land was cursed to them. The name Heitake became one feared and respected among men. And when a Heitake child comes of age, she began. He walks the spirit lands to find a wolf-spirited who died an unjust death, Kakashi murmured. He spills blood in recognition of the blood spilled for him and finds a pack to which he will bind himself. Your clan strayed far, but never from its roots. San smiled softly. And now you've come home. Can you feel it? She turned her face up towards the sky. This land is where your ancestors roamed. And now, here, you bear the favor of my wolf mother. Kakashi honestly didn't feel anything special about the woods, other than the fact that it had successfully harbored them and assorted loud shinobi children for the past 4 months, and he certainly had never met San's elusive wolf mother, let alone felt whatever her favor was supposed to be. A Hatake is only strong with a pack, San said reproachfully. Your wolves are not enough. You are a ninja, so you must have a ninja pack. And you? Kakashi challenged. Where's your ninja pack? San eyed him, amused. You are my ninja pack, she said simply. You have been since you saved my life 7 years ago. And I am wolf enough to not need more. Part of Kakashi complained that this was cheating. He said non-committally. The ninja pups are already your pack, San said severely. You should not remain so distant. Thank you, San, Kakashi growled, narrowing his eyes, and thankfully, this time, she got the hint. She sniffed. I am going to make clothes for your pups now, she said haughtily, since they brought in a nice moose pelt. You should stop hitting at the plants and make sure they know that they are your pack. Bemused, he watched her vanish back through the snow with a swish of Yuuki's bushy tail. Hitting at the plants? Baisuke asked doubtfully. She means beating around the bush, Kakashi sighed. She thinks I'm avoiding the pups. The hound blinked lethargically up at him. Are you? No, denied Kakashi indignantly. Right, said Baisuke knowingly. That's why you are watching them train from all the way up here, and why you stalk them while they're hunting but vanish once they're back to base camp, and... All right, Kakashi growled. I don't have time to train them. I'm out running missions or at HQ more often than I am back here, and they don't know me well anyways. The rest of the team has it handled, I don't need any more distractions. Baisuke hummed sleepily. Kakashi was fairly certain that his father had never had to deal with insolence on this scale. No, his father's pack had been the most wolfish since, apparently, the Hatake pack Ninken were actual wolves. Alright, time to go, he grunted, scooping the Ninken up and onto his shoulder. Where? Baisuke squirmed around to get a better view. To oversee Shisui training his team, muttered Kakashi. For his part, Shisui did not look especially surprised to see him padding into the training hollow. Teika, he greeted cheerfully, Sherry-non spinning merrily in his uncovered eye. Come get a closer look. Answered Kakashi, shoving his hands in his pockets and straightening his spine. Nearest to them, Niji matched Shisui's clone strike for strike, Tonto against Tonto. Just past him, Haku sat in the snow, legs folded neatly beneath him and one hand up in a seal as ice coalesced into blades in the air before him. At the far end of the hollow, Temari sent a massive, crescent-shaped futon blade at the side of the mountain. In a village, this team would more than be ready for entry in the Chunin exams. Perhaps not for promotion, but as strong competitors nonetheless. Team meeting later, he informed Shisui, even as his eyes tracked Haku's projectiles, but Tsunadeheim sealed the alliance with Terumi Mei yesterday morning. Shisui let out a low whistle. This is crazy. This is actually, seriously insane, he said. Who the hell goes, wow, we don't have enough shinobi, why don't we mercenary ourselves out in exchange for more? There was more strategy involved than that, Kakashi pointed out dryly. It's all pretty dependent on Terumi actually fulfilling her side of the deal and not going, hey, I like having these Hanaha shinobi around, maybe I'll just keep them in Kiri once they win it back for me, Shisui argued. Any plan contingent on a formerly hostile ally's goodwill is pretty trippy. Circumstantially antagonistic at worst, Kakashi defended. We're running out of options. Danzo has a hit out on every command corps shinobi who defected and many of the general forces as well. They may be on the cusp of war, but not too distracted to ignore the Hanaha camps in you. You ask a lot of our people, Shisui said quietly, to go into battle for a land that isn't ours for a chance to fight a second war for our home. Is it not worth it? Kakashi tilted his head to meet the younger shinobi's suddenly weary eyes. Shisui looked away and was silent for a long moment, pensively watching Temari practice her hand seals. You know I'll follow you, whatever happens, Teika, he said at last. But others may not. I know, said Kakashi. Niji launched himself into a spinning kick, sending snow flying as he forced Shisui's clone backwards. With a backhanded slash, he plunged the blade into the Bunshin's side, and it dispersed in a billow of smoke. "Are they ready?" Kakashi asked. Shisui turned to him incredulously. "For war?" "Of course not, they've been training for 3-4 months. They would serve a primarily support role, away from the front lines," Kakashi reminded. "Genin squads are part of the war effort in any village." "Okay," Shisui admitted. "For non-combat intensive missions, they're qualified. In Konoha, they're C-rank mission ready. But this is war," he stressed. "Shit happens in war. So, they're ready," Kakashi summarized. Shisui blew out a short breath. "Yes, Teiko. Reluctantly, they're ready." "Noted," acknowledged Kakashi. Baisuke twisted around, and Kakashi caught him absently before he could slide down his back. "We're not going to throw them into a bloodbath," he said. "Not the way you and I were." "No," said Shisui, "but we can't control what happens during war." "In 6 months, Hanaha is going to war," Kakashi announced. Guriko sprawled at his feet, limbs splayed languidly in all directions. Kakashi had thought it fitting to bring his youngest or rather newest Ninken to his something like a meeting with the assorted shinobi children, who in turn were arrayed in clusters of those thick grayish cloaks Shisui had for some reason seen fit to buy using their very limited supply budget. "With Konoha?" Naruto immediately demanded. "Are we gonna fight Umbu?" Sakura made her best attempt at smothering him with the loose folds of his own cloak, while Sasuke made a face that was very much like his brother's but slightly rounder and more annoyed. "No," said Kakashi patiently. Guriko shuffled his way upright. "With Kiri. And no, you will not be fighting Umbu." None of the children appeared as surprised as Kakashi had assumed they would be. Hinata leaned back a little as Sai's face took on a pensive cast. Temari and Niji exchanged glances, while Haku looked vaguely guilty. Okay. In hindsight, it was premature of him to presume that the others wouldn't have mentioned the potential alliance to their teams, or that Zabuza wouldn't have spoken of it with Haku, and Haku wouldn't have told his team, who wouldn't have told the rest of the children. The ripple of children exchanging unsubtle looks minus Gaara, who stared blankly into the middle distance and likely into his own head, and Naruto, whose head was entirely enveloped by his cloak as Sakura wrestled him into a chokehold, unsurprisingly converged on the oldest girl. "Where do we fit in this war?" Temari challenged. "Do you expect us to fight for you?" "I'm giving you a choice," said Kakashi. The children all stilled, even Naruto, who froze halfway through fumbling his cloak out of his mouth. "We will need all available shinobi when the time comes, and non-combatants are liabilities," said Kakashi, leveling each with a serious stare. "For the past 4 months, your sensei have given you the tools you need to survive. You can walk away right now. We'll drop you in a civilian town with supplies to set up a new life or stay in hiding or whatever you want. There is a chance that after the war we can find you again, but for your own safety, we would not be in contact at any time." Another round of glances. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at Sakura, who frowned and shook her head slightly. Hinata tilted her head at Niji, who blinked. "What is the other option?" asked Sai. "You join Hanaha as full members, as genin." Kakashi resisted the urge to shove his hands in his pockets. "You are subject to all rules, regulations, and command structures, and in the future, the distant future, you will be instated as shinobi of Konoha." Sakura chewed absently on her lip. Naruto's entire face was screwed up in a frown. "You don't have to decide now," Kakashi offered, as if he hadn't already added all 8 of the Konohasuna kids in his troop tally to the rest of the Hanaha leadership the day before. "This is a lot to think about." "I will," said Temari suddenly. She met Kakashi's eyes with a fierce glare. "I'm tired of running and hiding. I'm going to fight." "Yeah." Naruto chimed in. "I'm going to kick some ninja, eh?" "Me too," agreed Sakura as she tackled her blonde teammate into the snow. "All right," said Kakashi holding up his hand, as the others voiced their agreement. "If you wish to opt out, you can tell myself or your sensei anytime before sundown in 2 days. For those of you who wish to stay, you will begin combat training in earnest." Kakashi was no coward, but he stepped into a shunshin fast enough to rival Shisui the second the group of shinobi children exploded into chatter. Behind him, Guriko let out an alarmed bark, but Kakashi had done his time and sometimes sacrifices were inevitable. He was finished pack bonding with the pups. Dropping an ultimatum counted as pack bonding, right? Team meeting, part 2, he announced, appearing in a whirlwind next to Itachi, who was too used to Kakashi's comings and goings to be startled. Kami, not another meeting, Zabuza grumbled, squinting down the length of his sword. Kakashi resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Brief announcement. I want you to focus on teaching active combat. What? Shisui demanded. Aren't we keeping them in a support role? Zabuza set down his blade. No need to switch it all up, he drawled. You want your own genin team, take the 3 fucking loud brats off my hands and form them in your image or whatever. No, said Kakashi. He didn't teach, especially not genin. Until now, I asked you to focus on teaching survival and evasion, with combat as a last-ditch option. In light of the impending war, you will mold the teams into more balanced, combat-based configurations. I've been teaching combat, Shisui protested indignantly. Wait, said Itachi, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. Let him explain first. Kakashi met Itachi's eyes steadily. Momokai will continue with Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke and train them as a full assault team, he said. They have the basics down, but they need refinement, and training in more specialized ninjutsu. Zabuza grunted a reluctant agreement and muttered what sounded like, tiny loud morons, under his breath. Shisui will train Haku, Temari, and Neji as a strike team fast entrance, deal massive damage, get out without getting caught. Shisui, you've got them on speed drills, so double down on stealth and damage. Shisui nodded absently, but Kakashi saw a spark of something anticipatory in his eye. Having essentially functioned as a one-man strike team during his time in Umbu, he was arguably the best possible sensei in all things speedy and sneaky. Zabuza still wasn't too happy about his apprentice being co-opted, but he'd live. Itachi instruct Gaara, Hinata, and Sai in infiltration with a focus on information retrieval. Shisui frowned. Information retrieval. Hinata is an apt sensor already with her Byakugan, Itachi noted, and Sai's Chujujiga techniques are ideal for sending and receiving confidential information. Even Gaara's sand armor can be utilized as a disguise. Exactly, said Kakashi, and paused. I expect you to help with training each other's teams in your own area of expertise. What? Zabuza burst out, then reconsidered. What you're saying is I foist my brats off on someone else, he said speculatively. Kakashi fought a grimace. Yes. There was a suspicious gleam in Zabuza's eye. Excellent, said the swordsman. For example, said Kakashi, desperately trying to steer the conversation back on course, Momokai has expertise in Kenjutsu, a variety of weaponry that maybe Sasuke or Temari would find useful, and Itachi's range of ninjutsu experience might help Naruto or Gaara. And as, arguably, the most well-adjusted shinobi on this team, Shisui can teach the art of lying. He paused. And blending in with other shinobi or civilians, he added. Shisui paused. I can't argue with that, he admitted. All of you combined have the emotional intelligence of a walnut. Kakashi narrowed his eyes dangerously. Except Teiko. Shisui backpedaled brightly. Because I have nothing but the utmost respect for you, and you are intelligent in every way. Itachi rolled his eyes discreetly, because Kakashi had taught his subordinate well. I've given them the 2-day deadline to give me an answer, Kakashi continued. Tell your teams however you want, but in 3 days, begin with the new assignments. Understood. Hi, Itachi, and Shisui echoed, and Zabuza sort of grunted in affirmative. Well, that was enough human interaction for today, Ninjin Pack be damned. Kakashi raised his hand in a perfunctory salute. Sans volunteered for third watch. I'll take first. Zabuza, you get middle, he said, just for kicks and to see the man sputter in outrage. Later. High up in the cliffs, on a narrow ledge at the edge of the hollow, Kakashi sat with his back to the cliff wall with a pile of ragged missives, plans, and orders to begin his watch. Not 10 minutes in, a frantic scrabbling heralded the arrival of Pakun. The little pug hauled himself over the lip of the ledge and glared at Kakashi's amused air. Laugh it up, he snarled without heat, and stumped over to trample dusty paws over Kakashi's abdomen. Watch the uniform, said Kakashi lazily, resting his notebook against Pakon's back and scribbling a reply to a Hanaha captain in Ishii. I'm only allowed to get blood stains on this one. That's disturbing, Pakon admonished unconcernedly. Mind your words in front of the pups. You'll corrupt them. They're plenty corrupt, Kakashi scoffed. Did you see Sakura try to suffocate Naruto today? Completely, organically, bloodthirsty. Dahei hauled himself over the edge as well, flailing clumsily as he clawed his way to Kakashi's side. Kakashi eyed him dubiously. The ledge was getting a little too crowded for his tastes. I'm keeping watch, not throwing a party, he complained. Guriko and Shiba are testing Uroshi's patience again, Dahei grumped, flattening his ears against his head. I'm not going to be there when he kicks their asses and they go whining to someone bigger. You wouldn't be in this position if you didn't go along with them the first dozen times, Kakashi pointed out unsympathetically. It was fun the first time around, groaned Dahei, arranging himself on top of Kakashi's feet. But it always ends the same way. Kakashi rolled his scrap of missive into something resembling a scroll and tied it off. They should realize that the only one close to giving Uroshi a fair fight is Akino, he said absently, pulling the next message from the stack. Akino's more like to side with Uroshi, Pakon pointed out. Dahei's tail thumped gleefully against the stone. They'd totally get curb stomped. I want to see that. We don't talk about pack members getting curb stomped, Pakon yawned. Bad for morale? I'd watch that too, Kakashi offered, and grunted when the little Ninken jabbed a paw below his flak jacket. Ack. Sorry, boss, Pakon said sweetly, and Dahei had the good sense not to snicker. Ah, shit, Kakashi muttered, skimming a report from a captain in Western High. Taijito's teams are out of shuriken and any non-perishable food that isn't beans. He unfurled a length of scroll. Dahei tomorrow morning, run this to Koto no Sato, South U, he said absently. The last thing he wanted was desertion because of beans, and the position of the camp was precarious enough given its proximity to Konoha. Dahei hummed agreement, paws flexing in anticipation of a good run. Don't ask me to go with him, Pakon muttered, wrinkling his nose. All that snow will chap my paws like crazy. It's bad enough here when I don't have to run around. I need you here, Kakashi reassured him. He set aside the rest of the supply requests to pore over the intelligence reports written out on neat paragraphs in a formal scroll, scribbled hastily on a restaurant napkin, and even one where the operative apparently had nothing better than what appeared to be a chicken bone to write on. He paused and brought the latter to his nose. Definitely chicken. Needless to say, the operative's handwriting was terrible. If Kakashi's only original remaining eye went blind reading this god's-awful chicken scratch, he was going to bury himself in 10 meters of sand and wait for death. Kakashi was beginning to understand why the shinobi in charge of processing mission reports had been so high-strung. Jounin Chicken Bones teams had gotten into a minor scuffle with a team of Kyuzagakuer shinobi, but as explained in a small string of coded two-word sentences, 3 team members had sustained minor injuries and the entire section had needed to relocate in a hurry before Kusa discovered an entire score of renegades on their turf. Kakashi scribbled a confirmation, with orders to keep him updated on the situation, and moved on to the napkin. Kakashi frowned, skimming the scrawl. Pakon, he said absently. What did that one report say about activity in Kitakyushu? Pakon blinked consideringly. The port city, western coast of High? Danzo's had a 4 or 5 team guard post stationed there permanently, but last week a couple other Konoha teams went into the city on missions. Why? Kakashi tapped his pen against his mouth thoughtfully. Some of those teams started cleaning out the warehouses by the wharf, arresting, killing, or scaring off both local businesses and organized crime. 2 or 3 Umbu were sighted throughout the city. They're getting ready for something big. He can't be preparing his own invasion into Kumo, can he? Pakon growled. Danzo doesn't have the manpower. 2 years ago, he didn't, not with 25% of the general forces and at least 40% of the command corps dead, defected, or imprisoned after the fall, Kakashi countered. Now, he's had time to regroup and fill in the ranks. But by sea. Pakon snorted. Man must be insane. The only thing a Kirinin hates more than a Kumo shinobi is a Konoha shinobi. Kiri has its hands full with the insurgents, Kakashi pointed out. So he's using the unrest in Kiri to move his troops. Pakun grimaced. Because he doesn't have the balls to, Bahei muttered. I wouldn't expect it for the same reason he's ruled it out. It's high risk, even if it is high reward, mused Kakashi. He shuffled through his notebook and unfolded a map of the elemental nations. The dozen most direct routes all cross through the Uesushio Strait. Pakun peeled back his lips in a silent snarl. If Hanaha mobilizes to Uesushio, and Danzo discovers us there, he would abandon his plans for war on Kumo and use all his forces to crush us while we're all in one place. We'd make too tempting a target to pass up. The civil war will benefit Danzo, he'll be open to dealing with the Kiri insurgents for passage through the strait. Kakashi scribbled absently in his notebook. But Hanaha would need to operate under complete anonymity to avoid detection. After all the publicity we've been building up. Pakun heaved a long-suffering sigh. Be seen in different villages, publicize Danzo's crimes, make Danzo nervous, and now we need complete anonymity. Wait. Bahei shuffled a little, cocking his head. Do we want Kumo to win the war, or Konoha? We do not want an invasion of Konohagaku or no Sato, Pakun said with remarkable patience, as if this was the first time he had explained this to a younger pack member and not the third or fourth. Or any invasion that isn't Hanaha's. Civilians and non-combatants in the line of fire is never good. Strictly speaking, no war is the best outcome, but that means Danzo will have a stronger force when we inevitably face him. We just want a few of our fellow Konoha comrades to die, Kakashi said dryly. Hopefully the Danzo faction. Danzo got rid of pretty much all of the Yondaime or Sandame's most favored, Pakun pointed out, so that's most of Konoha. Said Bahei, darting nervous glances at Kakashi. Kakashi imagined that his facial expression must look especially dark. Most of Konoha doesn't know the truth of what happened when the Sandaime died, he reminded his pack second quietly. As with any battle, the victor told the tale. The village knew only what Danzo told them, that the Hokage Sambu guard colluded with Kumo agents to assassinate him, that every shinobi that fled, was killed, or was arrested in the aftermath was part of a greater coup d'état orchestrated by the Uchiha clan. In Konoha, there was no one left to tell them otherwise. Those that had, in the beginning, had quietly vanished. But they also know that Danzo was never meant to be Hokage, Pakun pointed out. Part of Konoha will never accept him. It's a good thing that Sandaime-sama thought to name a successor as he was dying, agreed Kakashi grimly. It's the only reason we still have a foothold. Kakashi finished detailing his notes on Kitakyushu and his proposal for a response to a Konoha invasion of Kumo by sea in silence as his Ninken stared pensively out into the snow. Well, Pakun pensively, and probably Bahei blankly. Bahei, this is top priority. You'll take this straight to headquarters tomorrow, he said. Never mind the Koto message to Jido's teams can survive on beans for another couple of days until Guriko gets down there. Copy, said Bahei, thumping his whip-like tail against Kakashi's side. Uroshi will accompany you, Kakashi added. Bahei groaned. I want to go fast, he complained. Uroshi will just slow me down. No whining, Kakashi admonished. It's extremely important that this information doesn't get intercepted. He paused. Besides, you may be faster than Uroshi, but he can still run you into the ground. Damn him and his freakish endurance, Bahei mock growled. I'm going to tell him you called him freakish, Kakashi said mildly, and Pakun will sit back and laugh when he eviscerates you. Pakun is against friendly pack mutilation, Bahei pointed out. He'd side with me. In your dreams, pup, drawled Pakun, still half buried under assorted paperwork. Kakashi sifted through his woefully large stack of papers with a sigh. Pakun, if Mamakai's awake, tell him to go back to sleep. I'm going to be up anyways, I'll cover his watch. Sure thing, said Pakun, and wriggled out and down the rock face. Pakun's dependable efficiency, however, met its match in one stubborn ex-swordsman. Kakashi resisted the urge to roll his eyes when the other man emerged from the sleeping quarters with his massive blade already slung over his back. As he deciphered a coded report, Zabuza settled on the mountain wall next to him in a crouch. Go the fuck to sleep, the other man greeted him with an irritated scowl. Kakashi cut him a glance out of the corner of his eye and proceeded to ignore him. Zabuza rolled his eyes. Hey take, he enunciated slowly, as if talking to a particularly dull-witted child. Sleep. You're not a fucking machine. I've functioned on less, Kakashi said dismissively, when it became apparent that Zabuza was not going to go away. He'd had a solid 5 hours the night before. That was practically luxurious. Zabuza snorted. When we're at war you can help yourself to all the sleep deprivation and shitty ration food you fucking want, but we're not at war yet. Kill yourself later, there's no rush. Damn. Kakashi hated it when other people harped on his bad habits. Even more when they made sense. This can't wait. Can't you fucking delegate? Zabuza retorted, baring pointed teeth like one of Kakashi's hounds. I know you don't trust me, but let the murder cousins go through the intel and, I don't know, summarize. I do, Kakashi said lowly, and regretted it as soon as the words slipped out of his mouth. Fuck, what the fuck was wrong with his control? Dahei eyed him sideways. Bullshit. Shisui complained about it the other day, saying you stayed awake 3 days in a row instead of filling him in. Trust you, Kakashi finished, because commit to it, right? He turned to face the other Nukkinen, who looked increasingly uncomfortable. That's a shitty decision, Zabuza said finally, turning his head aside. I know, muttered Kakashi wryly, and turned back to his reports. Then, he paused. Are you volunteering to do paperwork? The swordsman scowled. Gods, no, he growled. I'm volunteering the teenagers to do it. Kakashi smiled, though he knew only his eye was visible. Tough, he said sweetly, and handed over a report, piece of paper, and a pen. Read it, bullet point it. Every detail. Zabuza snatched them from him. I fucking hate paperwork, he snapped. Who the fuck didn't? By virtue of having been an elite ninja in his own right, Zabuza worked both efficiently and thoroughly. After checking over the other man's first couple of reports, Kakashi schemed the rest, and by the time Zabuza's watch ended, they'd finished the rest of the report backlog between the two. Zabuza growled, hate shitty writing. If I ever meet these dipshits I'm drop-kicking them into the middle of the ocean. You know, in my program, they fucking beat you if your handwriting was too shoddy. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Your academy sounds rough, he said wryly. I wasn't in the academy, the other shinobi retorted. I was trained in the breeding program that produced me. Kakashi frowned. But the academy graduation massacre. My test as well as theirs, Zabuza grunted. Every product of Kiri's pilot eugenics program was entered in a free-for-all melee, along with the prospective academy graduation class. Only one child walked out of that room alive. He bared his teeth in a humorless grin. I was the pride and joy of that program. Only the best, Kekii Genkai free blood in my veins, a clan known for berserkers, and a clan that dominated the intelligence corps. Narrowing his eyes, Kakashi snapped his notebook shut. The program was a success, then, he noted cautiously. The program was shut down, Zabuza corrected. They had me execute my handlers, and abandoned their efforts at breeding the perfect shinobi. He caught Kakashi's look and snorted. Come on, hey take. The mist isn't sunshine and rainbows like Konoha. My handlers knew what they were doing and what would happen to them if it succeeded. Over 100 children, Kakashi pointed out. You murdered over 100 children. And saved 1,000 more, Zabuza snarled. The lives I took that day were lives earned for today. Kakashi leaned back. You really believe that, he said. I know it, Zabuza snapped back. Kiri changed its graduation test after what I did. That's at least 50 kids a class, 2 classes a year that didn't die trying to fucking graduate. 50 years of the Bloody Mist's infamous exam. 100 lives is nothing. A slip in his control, just a blip, and Kakashi could feel the malice in his voice, the utter conviction. You know what? I would do it again. I fucking would, 1,000 times over. They were children, said Kakashi listlessly. I was a child. Zabuza snarled. But I was also a weapon. Because that's what a shinobi is, child or not. Kakashi couldn't think of an answer to that, staring unseeingly at his report. Damn, he muttered at last. You're not wrong. Zabuza huffed a bitter laugh. Where did your sunshine and rainbows go, hey take? Ryukatsu. The word left an acrid taste on his tongue. I didn't get that name from killing my enemies. For a moment, Zabuza was silent. Yeah, he said, almost gently. Yeah, said Kakashi, and with Uhei at his side, left Zabuza sitting alone. Once, Kakashi had been a child living in the most prosperous hidden village in the elemental nations with friends, family, and a sensei that cared about him, and he let himself lose it all without realizing how precious they were. But that was neither here nor now. Kakashi had no time for old grief or old memories. He would not let them touch him. Not with Konoha's future riding on his shoulders, and 9 wayward shinobi children asleep in the same hollow. And Zabuza might be his ally now, but what happened when he believed his debt was paid? He was still a child killer, a prodigy in the art of slaughter, oftentimes bloodthirsty for its own sake. He was a killer who would never stop being a killer. Kakashi wasn't willing to bet that the other man was above exploiting his past once his goodwill was gone, no matter what his strange code of honor appeared to be. One day, he might declare he was done, fed up with taking orders from Konoha dogs, and carve a swath through Hanaha. But as much of a betrayal as that would be, Kakashi would understand. They were, after all, shinobi. Chapter 8, Sakura is a saint and nothing you say can change my mind. Mission Report, D54. Per last report, targets at 1, at 3, at 4 and allied non-combatant NCHS positioned in redacted base under care of ACHN and ACNS. Security status, medium risk, enemy combatants believed to have pursued Operative Cat 15. Current status unknown. Operative Cat 15 departed redacted base with a 2 due to increased care necessary due to age. Operative Cat 15 experienced physical fatigue, slight depletion of chakra. Status adequate. At 2 expressed restlessness, mild to moderate fear. Rate of weight increase slowing. Rate of height increase slowing. Conclusion, insufficient nutrition. Unable to acquire age-appropriate nutritional sources. At 2 immune system possibly compromised. Pursued by enemy combatants. 4, affiliation, Tsunagakur. Evasive maneuvers prioritized. No contact with allied combatants. End report. Operative Cat 15. Sakura was a clever girl. It's what her father always told her with warmth, and what her academy sensei said with a cool blankness. And she took pride in it, because it made her feel special finally, something she was good at, something she excelled at, even when all the other kids outran her and outsparred her. But Sakura was just a girl, and the shinobi world grew very cruel very quickly and very, very lonely. Naruto and Sasuke might have been her team, but they fought like cats and were thick as thieves and left her in the dust. And so she was alone. Running away from Zabuza sensei, alone, on top of the lake. Well, this part was as much because Sasuke and Naruto were busy blowing holes in the trees since their chakra control was terrible as it was her lack of combat prowess. And technically, she was supposed to be trying to tag the scrap of cloth tied around her sensei's wrist. But her point stood. Sakura dove out of the way as Zabuza cast a massive tidal wave across the lake, sending freezing water and chunks of ice flying. She tucked into a forward roll, coming up with her hands already in the seals for a bunshin, and when she charged, she was one of 4 streaking across the uneven surface. Another Suten sent water bullets screaming through the air, and Sakura threw herself sideways as they ripped through one of her bunshin and she lost control of it. With the remaining 2, she flanked Zabuza sensei, drawing a kunao in each hand and hurling them in tandem with her clones. Zabuza sensei swung his massive sword in a wide arc, deflecting Sakura's kunao and passing right through her clones before lunging at her. With more panic than she'd admit to, Sakura scrambled backwards. A quick Kamawari switched her with a chunk of lake ice, just in time for Zabuza sensei to bisect it in a vicious downward slash. He bared his teeth in a satisfied grin. Good, he rumbled. You're learning, girl. He whipped around and hurled his sword in one fluid movement. Sakura let out a yelp muffled by the collar of her cloak as she threw herself into a second substitution. The other day, Sakura had perched in a tree to watch a snow leopard hunt a rabbit. Only, it didn't just catch its prey, it cornered it, batted it around with sheathed claws. Toyed with it. That was what Sakura imagined Zabuza-sensei did when he trained them. Sakura palmed a kunai and sprinted directly at Zabuza-sensei, lashing out with her closed fist at his head. He leaned back to avoid her strike, and with her left hand, plunged down her blade at his wrist. He caught her fist easily, dwarfing her hand with his own and squeezing until she was forced to drop the kunai. The cloth fluttered tauntingly at his wrist. "Less good," he growled. "Don't fight like a brawler unless you have the strength to back it up." Sakura glowered, using her trapped hand as an anchor to twist her entire body up into a spinning kick aimed at his head. Zabuza-sensei shoved her away before it could connect, and she landed awkwardly half on a chunk of surface ice, half off. She scrabbled for a moment to get her feet under her before standing unsteadily on the ice. Zabuza-sensei watched, unimpressed, and leaned over to pull his sword out of the water next to him. Sakura gritted her teeth. She needed a new plan. She was never going to be able even touch Zabuza-sensei on her own. She needed to get him closer to the shore. She glared at her sensei, watching her boredly with arms crossed. "Come on, girl," he goaded, hefting his sword onto his shoulder and striding in her direction. "The enemy's not going to give you 10 minutes to do your goddamned hair." Sakura scowled. Her hair was scraggly and shaggy and tangled and definitely needed more than 10 minutes to sort out, but she'd had nothing but lye soap to wash it with for years. She palmed a handful of shuriken, and hurled it. Zabuza-sensei didn't bother with dodging, continuing his inexorable advance. Sakura grinned fiercely and yanked on the wire with all her strength. Its attached shuriken jerked back neatly into the circle cut at the tip of his sword, wrapping tightly around the blunt side of the sword. Zabuza-sensei looked mildly amused as Sakura gave another almighty wrench and the blade flew out of his hand and arched towards her. Sakura caught the handle with both hands, but it was heavier than she'd expected, and it knocked the wind out of her, sending her skidding backwards across the water. "That won't help you if you can't use it," he said, and charged. Sakura let out a panicked huff and hurled the sword towards the shore, sprinting after it blindly as her sensei bore down on her. She flipped through the signs for the bunchin as she ran, and then there were 5 of her, hurtling towards land. Zabuza-sensei landed in their midst, and they scattered as he popped one with a perfunctory jab. A kunai took down another, and then Sakura hit the shoreline as her bunchin continued into the trees. "This is an exercise in fighting on top of the water," Zabuza-sensei warned. "Life and death on the Kiri battlefield comes down to whoever outlasts his opponents. Those who can't stay up." He punctuated this with a lunge, and Sakura flitted out of the way, drown. He stalked towards the land, and the water followed him. Sakura knew that, but some prey instinct drove her to run to where her predator wouldn't be so strong. Next time, she knew Zabuza-sensei wouldn't even let her get near the shore, but as a sensei, he was ever willing enough to see what she would try. She hoped she wouldn't disappoint. She pawed at her leg, but her makeshift kunai holster was empty, so she bared her teeth and pounced at him. He leaned back to dodge her punch but grabbed her by the arm and flung her off. She hit the ground hard, skidding on her back, and as he loomed over her, yelled, "Now!" "Ha!" Naruto howled, bursting from the trees and swiping a kunai at Zabuza-sensei's face. Sasuke swept in from below, darting from the roots of the trees with a kunai in backhanded grip. Sakura lunged with a vicious grin. Zabuza-sensei batted Naruto away like a wayward kitten, sending him flying, hopped neatly over Sasuke's blade, and kicked Sakura in the chest. Sasuke pounced back in, a blade in either hand this time as Sakura fought to regain her breath. Naruto charged back in fists first, and Sakura finally flipped back on her feet as well. Zabuza-sensei dodged neatly out of the way, and she could see that neither Naruto or Sasuke would hit him but if she could just reach, even though the trajectory of Sasuke's arm would. She twisted, grabbing Zabuza-sensei's wrist, and Sakura's vision exploded into white, and she felt her body crumple to the side like a ragdoll. She gasped involuntarily as the pain roared in, sending daggers through her skull. "Shit!" Zabuza-sensei snapped faintly, as if from a long distance away. Scuffling footsteps. "Is she okay?" Sasuke asked, voice uncharacteristically small. "No, you bastard, you just slammed a kunai into her head." Naruto yelled shrilly. "Just the hilt," Sasuke muttered guiltily, drowned out by Zabuza's snarl of, "If I hadn't stopped you, yours would have gone through her throat, you fucking moron." Sakura was glad of the relief from the silence that fell, even briefly. She felt rather than saw Zabuza-sensei crouch next to her. "Idiot girl," he muttered. "You're too young for that self-sacrificing bullshit." Sakura opened her mouth to respond, but only a tiny mew of pain escaped. "You, boy, get Shisui. Brat, get Hatake," Zabuza ordered. "All right, girl," he said, as running footsteps receded, leaning over her into her field of vision. "You're fine. Stay down and don't move." Sakura blinked up past her sensei at the sky and breathed shallowly, and felt hot tears pricking at her eyes. Why was she like this? Sasuke and Naruto always got hit and got right back up. They didn't stay on the ground and start crying. She wouldn't cry. She wouldn't. She was going to be a kunoichi, no matter what. Niji muttered snidely under his breath when he thought she wasn't paying attention. She maybe lost a little time, but regained her focus when another face leaned into her field of vision. "Hey there, Sakura-chan," Shisui-sensei said warmly, his visible eye twinkling despite its serious cast. "Looks like you took a good one to the head." Sakura tried to smile, though her vision blurred. "Yeah," she whispered. "Sasuke hit hard." "Well, not to worry," Shisui-sensei told her. "We just want to make sure you're not too hurt, so don't try to move until I tell you to, okay?" "Okay," Sakura agreed, blinking rapidly. "It hurts," she added, before she could stop herself. "Tell me if the pain increases," Shisui-sensei instructed. "Are you breathing okay?" "Yeah," she said. Silver gray edged into the corner of her vision, and Sakura watched it as best she could without moving her head. "How is she?" Sakura did not know Hatake Kakashi very well, except for the bit where he was super strong and generally distant and kind of scary actually. Shisui-sensei choked on what sounded like a laugh. "Oops. Sakura must have said that aloud." Said the captain noncommittally. "It's just a little head trauma," Zabuza-sensei said gruffly. "It is bleeding, a lot, and she did seem a little disoriented," Shisui-sensei said. "It's bleeding a lot, Sasuke chimed in, his voice a mixture of fascination and worry. "All right, both of you, back to camp," Zabuza-sensei ordered abruptly. "We want to make sure Sakura'll be okay," Naruto complained. "Now," Zabuza-sensei snapped. A bright light hammered into her eye, and Sakura flinched away. "Don't move," reminded the captain sternly, flicking the flashlight over to her other eye. "She has a concussion," he said to the gathered sensei, clicking the light back off and tucking it back into a pocket. "But head injuries bleed a lot, so you don't need to worry about that too much." "I'll take her back to camp," said Zabuza-sensei, and Sakura felt his hands slide surprisingly carefully behind her neck and under her knees. "Don't squirm, girl," he growled roughly. "If you make me drop you, you're fucking dead." Shisui-sensei coughed another badly hidden laugh behind them. "Don't jostle her neck," he called after them. Zabuza-sensei huffed. "I know." Sakura maybe closed her eyes and drifted off a little, because the next thing she knew, Zabuza-sensei was settling her down in the thick furs of San's bed. "Sakura-chan," said Shisui-sensei, which startled Sakura because she hadn't heard him follow, "you can't sleep too long at one time, so one of us will wake you up every so often, okay?" "Okay," Sakura murmured sleepily, and closed her eyes again. "Gods, Z, you just going to let her sleep with blood caked all over her face?" she heard muzzily. "Fuck off, Konoha, I'm getting to that." Convalescing after her concussion sucked. Sakura didn't remember the first couple of days, when she slept pretty much the entire time with San or Zabuza-sensei or Shisui-sensei shaking her awake every 2 hours and sometimes spoon-feeding her broth, but she definitely missed the bit where Itachi-sensei temporarily took over her and Naruto's and Sasuke's training while Zabuza-sensei ran yet another mission. Sakura knew, kind of, that Itachi-sensei was better for teaching them how to fight, but she'd only just gotten used to Zabuza-sensei's oftentimes brutal training. She didn't want to have to figure out another sensei again, even if it was Sasuke's brother. But she would deal with it if it was the best way to make her a stronger kunoichi. She had to. She only had 6 months before she would have to fight for real. "Oh, pup," San murmured as Sakura curled against Chie's warm stomach. The teen was somewhere behind the wolf's bulk, and Sakura blinked in her direction. I do not understand why you are so eager to fight in a war that is not yours. It is mine, Sakura argued groggily. Zabuza-sensei is fighting in it, and Shisui-sensei and Itaka-sensei and the captain and all my friends. I have to keep them safe. San draped herself over Chie's back and regarded Sakura with unblinking amber eyes. They fight because Kakashi orders it so, she pointed out, and they believe in him. But you do not. Sakura frowned at the cave ceiling. I don't know him very well, she admitted, but my friends are fighting because they want to go home to Konoha, and save it from the man who killed the last Hokage. Do you? Sakura shrugged. I want to be wherever my friends are, even if I don't care about going back to Konoha, she said. I'll protect them and fight with them no matter what. San hummed. You will fight for your pack, then. Good. Remember that, she ordered. A time will come when that, your pack, will be your strength. Okay, Sakura agreed, eyelids drifting closed again as Chie's slow breathing lulled her back to sleep. When she next opened her eyes, San and Chie had been replaced by Yuuki and Shisui-sensei. She blinked musily as Shisui-sensei crouched at her side. How are we today, Sakura-chan? Shisui-sensei ran a green-tinged hand over her forehead. Good, Sakura said sleepily. I see we still don't have any swelling, Shisui-sensei noted absently. Sakura watched curiously as he let the chakra glow fade, instead peeling back the bandages from her head. Where did you learn how to do that? She asked as he inspected the itchy cut above her ear. Shisui-sensei tilted his head curiously. Do what? Change a bandage. That's medical ninjutsu, isn't it? She asked. The green chakra. Shisui-sensei paused. Yes, he said. That was medical ninjutsu. I learned it. He broke off with a sigh. Sakura-chan, he said, do you know what happened to me before the fall? Sakura hesitated, frowning, because she'd just assumed Shisui-sensei had been a regular Konoha shinobi. No, she answered. Shisui-sensei sat back on his heels. When I was 13, I was confronted by a village elder over a mission to stop a military coup in Konoha. We fought, and he stole my eye. Sakura's eyes darted to the covered eye or empty socket. But before I could find help or report the incident, Shisui-sensei continued, another powerful shinobi took advantage of my weakened state. He wanted to engineer a perfect body, and in particular, was interested in my remaining eye and abilities. He kidnapped me from the village. Who was it? Whispered Sakura, almost afraid to ask. Do you know who the Sunin are? Shisui-sensei asked, and she frowned. She did, really, but the knowledge slipped out of her grasp every time she reached for it. She scowled and shook her head. That's all right, said Shisui-sensei sympathetically, catching her frustration. Your mind isn't at 100% right now. They're three legendary shinobi from Konoha, renowned for combat ability and mastery of rare shinobi arts. Some say they are the strongest in the elemental nations. None of them are in Konoha anymore. One is Tsunade-sama, an incredibly skilled Irionin. Another is Orochimaru, who wants immortality more than anything. He's the one that took me. Sakura sat up slowly, hugging her arms around her. What did he do to you? Shisui-sensei smiled for the first time, a bitter cant to his mouth that Sakura wished she hadn't seen. He experimented on me. Cut me open, injected me with you don't need to know the details, he cut himself off wryly. But he had me too, almost 3 years. When I was rescued I was in bad shape, and I needed a lot of serious medical care. They brought me to Tsunade-sama and her apprentice, Shizun. He crumbled the soiled bandage in his hands. It took me a long time to recover, he said quietly. To be able to sit up, to mold chakra, to walk and run. I stayed at the base in U, and to keep me busy, Shizun taught me a little of what she knew of healing. That's cool, Sakura offered. You must be pretty good at it. Shisui-sensei snorted. Kami, no. Probably just as much as Heitake Teiku. He let just a hint of the green chakra envelop his hand. To be good at medical jutsu, your chakra control has to be incredible. Mine's good. He winked at Sakura with the missing eye so obviously she could tell what he was trying to do under his Hitaiate, and she giggled, but I'll never be able to do more than diagnostics, and maybe a little healing. He paused. Why, are you interested in learning? No, Sakura said dismissively. I'm going to be a fighter, not a doctor. Shisui-sensei sighed. Ah, well. I think Haku-kun might be interested. Let me know if you change your mind. He tapped her on the nose. You're all right to move back to the kids' den, if you want, he declared. Let me or San or one of the other sensei know if you feel dizzy or nauseated or anything, yeah? Okay, Sakura agreed, and accepted his hand up. Thanks, Shisui-sensei. No problem, kid, said Shisui-sensei, and ruffled her hair. Sakura-chan. Naruto cheered, as he barged into the den not an hour later, arms flailing. You're back. He made as if to tackle her, and Sasuke tripped him neatly, sending him staggering past the bed stacks. Don't touch her, idiot, she's still hurt, he said, rolling his eyes. Sakura smiled. Hi, she said, swinging her legs from her bottom bunk. How was training? Naruto groaned dramatically, throwing himself to the ground. The worst. Itachi-sensei just keeps making us do the same things Abusa-sensei did, except he just stands there and silently watches us fall off trees all day instead of yelling at us like Zabuza-sensei does. You keep falling off trees, Sasuke corrected, crossing his arms. I'm doing fine. Plus, he's teaching us ninjutsu. Naruto stuck his tongue out at the other boy. Wait till Sakura-chan comes back to kick your ass. Are you coming to training tomorrow? Sasuke asked, ignoring their blonde teammate. No, Sakura said regretfully. Shisui-sensei said I need to take it easy for a bit. But I can come watch. Awesome. Naruto cheered. Do you know what Itachi-sensei's going to teach you? He showed me this totally cool futon that's even cooler than Tamarine's, and he says he'll teach it to me as soon as I can walk on water. So, never, Sasuke muttered under his breath. Shut up, bastard. Naruto growled, sitting up to glare at their teammate. I will too get it. You can't even climb a tree yet, Sasuke pointed out smugly. I can spar in the trees and I'm starting water walking tomorrow. Itachi-sensei said my strengths are somewhere else, Naruto fired back. And I'll beat you in no time. Aniki also said that you have to get it quickly or else we have to leave you in Tetsu like a civilian when we go fight Kiri, Sasuke sniffed. I'm not a civilian. I'm going to be the best shinobi in Hanaha, just wait. Naruto fumed. Boys, Sakura said sweetly, taking advantage of the fact that they had to be nice to her while she was injured, are we forgetting which member of this team is already sparring on water? Naruto whipped around, a distinctly betrayed expression on his face. Behind him, Sasuke looked vaguely offended. Ugh, Naruto complained. We'll catch up to you before you're back, Sakura-chan. Sakura was kind of afraid of that, but she smiled nonetheless. Hey, are you hungry? Naruto blurted. Gaara's team is making moose soup. Sure, Sakura agreed, even as she saw Sasuke's nose wrinkle from the corner of her eye. Unfortunately for him, Sasuke had never been too fond of moose. There were at least 3 dozen meals worth of moose meat left in cold storage. She swayed a little as she stood, but no nausea came rushing up, so she followed her teammates back out of the sleeping den carefully. At the fire pit, Gaara stirred the contents of a large metal pot with an expression of intense concentration pasted on his face, one that uncomfortably resembled what Sakura privately called his hunting face. Sakura, Hinata greeted warmly, setting down the knife she'd be using to reduce a small mountain of potatoes into neat chunks. It's good to SCUW walking around again. Sakura smiled. Thanks, she said, touching the scabbed overcut on the side of her head absently. Shisui-sensei really helped. It seems Shisui-sensei is a man of varied skills, Sai noted, setting down his load of firewood. Itachi-sensei speaks highly of him, and wishes his assistance in teaching our team infiltration tactics, and combat as well. Cool, Naruto enthused. So are you going to sneak into enemy territory and steal their secrets and stuff? Likely not, Sai said blandly, reaching over for a bag of rice and tipping it into Gaara's pot. As genin, our teams would all be kept away from the battlefields, not to mention enemy territory, if at all possible. Sakura absently turned over the idea of genin in her mind. It'd been her goal when she first entered the academy, but now that she was maybe officially genin, it felt surreal that she was going to fight and maybe kill or be killed by an actual enemy. "We'll fight," Sasuke said darkly. "No matter what." "Yeah." Naruto agreed. "We'll be so strong that they have to let us fight." "I don't think," Sai began, and Sakura tuned out the rest of the argument in favor of picking her way next to Hinata. "See careful." Hinata reached out to steady her as she wobbled. "Thanks," said Sakura gratefully, sitting down a little hard. "I'm still a little shaky." Hinata bit her lip as she turned to slide her small mountain of chopped potatoes into Gaara's pot. Her teammate barely acknowledged the change except to stir a little more vigorously. "Does it still hurt?" "Just a migraine," Sakura said tiredly. She could feel her eyes unfocusing a little, but she dragged them back to Hinata's face with effort. "What does Itachi-sensei have planned for you?" she asked curiously. Ano Hinata ducked her head. "O observation, I impersonation, and F fighting be blind." Sakura's eyes widened. "Fighting blind?" she asked incredulously. "Why would he want you to do that when you have a jujutsu?" Hinata shifted a handful of onions onto the piece of wood that functioned as a chopping board. It's because the Byakugan is T2D distinctive and D dangerous," she explained. I have to see cover at W when I'll leave here, and if we are ever ambushed, I need to be able to react W without my sight. Shisui sensei's going to have Niji Nai's and do the same." "That makes sense," Sakura said slowly. Before Hanaha had picked them up, Hinata had often made her way around blindfolded, but there was a big difference between walking blind and fighting blind. "Have you tried it yet?" Hinata bit her lip. "Oh, once," she said, slicing through the onions precisely. "It didn't go very well." "You just need practice," Sakura said confidently. "I can't even walk in a straight line with my eyes closed, so you're way good at it already." Maybe," said Hinata, and added the onions to Gaara's pot. "Definitely," Sakura corrected, and Hinata smiled a little. Do you know what Itachi-sensei is going to teach you?" she asked. Sakura sighed. "Not really," she admitted. "I don't have enough chakra for a lot of ninjutsu and I'm not fast enough or strong enough for taijutsu. Maybe genjutsu." I think you would be good at that," Hinata offered. Your chakra C control is really good." "You think?" Sakura leaned back, propping herself up on her elbows. "It seems a little, I don't know, like hiding in the middle of battle. I'd rather be in the thick of things." Weary as shinobi," Hinata said firmly. Being sneaky is part of being a ninja." Sakura hummed agreement, but she could feel her eyelids drooping again. The soup smelled good, but despite convincing herself that she really did want to try it, Sakura let herself lie back slowly on the ground and drift off. She woke up when it was full dark again, moonlight reflecting off the snow outside and filtering into the sleeping den. Someone had carried her back inside and wrapped her in her cloak, which was a little embarrassing. She shifted upright carefully. Above her, Naruto's arm flopped over the side of his bunk as he snored. Her stomach growled. She took a cautious step forward, then another. From the corner of her eye, eerie eyes glowed in the darkness. She turned to meet Gaara's unblinking stare. Awake, he noted passively, not moving from his cross-legged position on his top bunk. "Yeah." Sakura tried to smile. "I'm a bit hungry." He regarded her in silence long enough for her to feel the stirrings of panic. "Nei-chan left you soup outside," he said finally. "Oh," said Sakura, surprised. That's nice of her." "Yes," Gaara agreed simply. Sakura fidgeted. Do you want to come outside?" she offered. Gaara tilted his head. "Okay," he said finally, and hopped off the stack lightly, landing on the dirt floor noiselessly. Sakura smiled hesitantly as he turned to lead the way out of the den. Nestled in the glowing embers of the cooking fire was a small metal pot. Sakura fished it out gingerly, tucking her cloak beneath her so she wouldn't sit directly on the snow. Silently, Gaara offered her a spoon, then sat down to watch her eat. From the side of the cliff, a shadow dropped down. Sakura blinked at it, but Gaara continued to stare at her, unconcerned. She spooned another bite of mousse into her mouth. The captain slipped out of the darkness, padding up to her and Gaara on noiseless feet. Moonlight glinted dully off his shock of silver hair, catching on the vambraces he wore on his forearm. He moved slowly but surely, a hunter's easy prowl. Sakura watched him warily, flinching away involuntarily when he reached out a hand. He paused, hand outstretched. "Do you mind?" the captain asked, voice low. "I wanted to check your injury." Go ahead," Sakura said, and forced herself to hold still as the shinobi held a glowing hand over her head. "You'll live," he said, letting the chakra fade. "Limit your chakra use, and don't do anything physically strenuous." Sakura gave him a weak smile. "Yes, sir," she said. He didn't fade back into the shadows like Sakura had expected. Instead, he spat a small flame at the remains of the fire and let it flare back to life. "You're training," he said. "How is it?" Sakura glanced at Gaara, who blinked back at her. "It is useful," Gaara said, before Sakura could respond. "Yeah," Sakura added. "Zabuza-sensei's a good teacher." The captain nodded almost absently. "And are you both satisfied here?" "Sakura, the deadline for remaining with Hanaha passed while you were injured. Is this still the path you want to take?" Sakura set down her bowl, staring at her half-finished soup. Was he only asking her because, of all their little group, she was the only civilian-born? Not a Jinhiriki, not hand-picked for Umbu, not from a shinobi clan. She was the only one who could walk away, clean, and not be hunted. And maybe the captain knew that, and after the initial wave of indignation, Sakura did feel a little grateful. "Yes," Sakura said, remembering what she'd told San before. "I'm sure. I will not leave," Gaara agreed placidly. The captain said nothing, but nodded just a shallow dip of his head. "Here," he said at last. "Something both of you can learn." Curiously, Sakura watched the man run his hands through seals slowly: bear, boar, tiger, cat, tiger. "Kazumi Juusha no Jutsu," the captain announced. Sakura felt her heart rate kick up as black figures emerged from the shadows, looming over them from the edges of the fire. Gaara tensed, eyes widening and narrowing in turn as they darted from figure to figure. "It's a genjutsu," the captain said soothingly, and Sakura let her muscles relax. "They won't hurt you. It's called the Mist Servant technique," he narrated, as the figures examined their own hands, stretching out their limbs in an exploration of movement. "It doesn't take a lot of chakra, and it likely won't work on a genjutsu specialist, but you can supplement it with thrown projectiles. If you ever need a distraction for a quick retreat, or to prepare another jutsu, this is a good option." He let the figures melt back into shadows with a flick of his hand. "Give it a try, Sakura. But stop right away if you feel dizzy or your head starts hurting." "Hi," said Sakura, and frowned in concentration as her hands formed the seals hesitantly. "Kazumi Juusha no Jutsu," she repeated, and willed the shadows to take shape. A shadowy figure with her silhouette dragged itself from beneath the stack of firewood. Another, only half-formed and trailing inky black from one arm and leg, detached from a dip in the snow. "Good," said the captain. "Now, release the genjutsu. Your chakra is more precarious with that concussion." Sakura did as instructed, allowing the illusion to fade. The persistent headache throbbing at the back of her skull briefly intensified, then ebbed, and she winced. "Sakura," the captain asked mildly. "I'm okay, sir," she said. "I don't think I'll try it again, though." The captain eyed her with sharp eyes, then nodded. "Gaara," he prompted. "Why don't you try the genjutsu?" The younger boy frowned, directing his inscrutable stare at Sakura and the captain in turn. Clumsily, he went through the seals and narrowed his eyes. Sakura felt his chakra surge. All around the fire, the shadows seethed and writhed, never quite forming, and falling apart only to be absorbed by another. Gaara scowled thunderously and scattered the illusion in another burst of chakra. "Too much chakra, not enough control," the captain noted critically, though a strong first attempt. "Again. Visualize the genjutsu you want to form more clearly and keep a tighter grip on your chakra." Face frozen in a rictus of a snarl, Gaara cast another, then a second, then a third. Formless shadows morphed into vague figures, and finally, in the murky darkness beyond the fire, a small figure, a shadow like Gaara, stepped forth. Then another, bigger one, towering over the first. This one, with its 4 legs and pointed muzzle and pointier ears, was clearly not human. Sakura sucked in an involuntary gasp as it prowled the edge of the fire, its head snapping restlessly from side to side. "Ah," said the captain thoughtfully. "Good progress, Gaara. However, this should only be a technique you use when you do not mind your enemy knows who you are." Strangely, Gaara did not look overly frustrated at this. Instead, he smiled, like a sated cat showing its fangs. Sakura tried not to let the envy show on her face. It must be nice to have so many options that he could pick and choose which techniques he used in battle. She stared down at her hands. What did she have? Some shoddy taijutsu, halfway decent kunai throwing, the most basic ninjutsu the academy could teach, and now about 20% of a genjutsu that she couldn't even practice without giving herself a migraine. Sakura's options were limited and decreasing fast. Itachi-sensei may have had none of the even rudimentary medical training Shisui-sensei or the captain had, but that didn't stop him from forbidding Sakura-chan to so much as skip a pebble across the lake where Sasuke was taking his first wobbly steps across the water. He glanced over when Sakura shifted restlessly from her snow-covered rock at the water's edge. "I will not risk your health over something as trivial as training on a day you should be recovering from a traumatic brain injury," he repeated. "Sensei," Sakura said mutinously. "The captain let me try a genjutsu last night." "Perhaps," Itachi-sensei said placidly, hands loose at his side as he balanced easily on the gently bobbing lake. "However, he would be able to treat you if your condition worsened, and I would not." Sakura narrowed her eyes and glared out at Sasuke, who lost his footing and fell flailing into the icy lake with a yelp. He clawed his way out onto a sheet of ice, scrabbling for purchase. Itachi-sensei barely blinked as Sasuke shook his hair out like one of the wolves. Sakura watched enviously. Further down the shoreline, Itachi-sensei's clone supervised his own team's taijutsu drills. "Scenario," Itachi-sensei said, almost absently, breaking her out of her observations. "Your 3-membered team is in a building. You see unknown hostiles approaching from outside. You have 1 member injured and believe the hostiles have a chakra sensor. How do you proceed?" Settling her chin in her hand, Sakura frowned. "Public building? How many stories? Where are the exits?" "In," answered Itachi-sensei, finally turning to regard her with implacable eyes. 6 stories. Windows and hallway doors in all rented rooms, main front entrance, 1 window, 2 back exits." Sakura hesitated. "Civilians. 12 in the front room, 3 in the back room and kitchen, various in the rented rooms." Sakura chewed her lip. "Nature of the injury?" "Leg wound, muscle, nothing broken, heavy bleeding." Itachi-sensei returned his gaze to Sasuke, who bobbed precariously with one hand flailing. "Stabilize the wound first," said Sakura at last. "Bind it securely enough that the blood doesn't leak." She tapped her fingers one after the other. "Split up the team," she decided. "I open a 2nd-story window, send a bunch in, go out a 4th-story window up onto the roof. Teammates repress their chakra signatures and go out the front door, blend in with the crowd on the ground. Minimal contact with civilians," Itachi-sensei noted. "However, acting as a diversion greatly increases the chances of your death. If one of you is to die, would it not make sense for the injured member to act as diversion to increase the chances of the rest of the team's survival?" "No," exclaimed Sakura, aghast, then frowned. "Why?" Itachi-sensei prompted. Sakura could feel the beginnings of a headache throbbing at her temples. I can't leave behind an injured teammate," she stuttered. "So instead, your team will be down 1 member with another injured member," Itachi-sensei countered calmly. "Not if I get away without them catching me," Sakura defended. "How will you evade the chakra sensor?" On the lake, Sasuke plunged into the lake once again with a loud crash of splintering ice, and Itachi-sensei's eyes flickered in that direction until his brother's head broke the surface. Sakura narrowed her eyes. "A chakra sensor shouldn't be able to distinguish me from a bunchin if I match my chakra output to a clone's," she said thoughtfully. "Once I'm out, I'll mass-produce the clones and send them everywhere: civilian crowds, public buildings, rooftops. It would give me time to lose them and rendezvous with my team or set up a trap. Itachi-sensei nodded once, thoughtfully. Remember, he said. Bunshin don't leave tracks or scent. If you commit to a plan like this, you must be assured of success, or your team will be severely disadvantaged. Sakura blew out a harsh breath, fingers coming up instinctively to the sides of her head. That is enough for now, Itachi-sensei said immediately. Do not aggravate your injury. Hi, Sakura murmured, too worn to even argue. Through her fingers, she watched Sasuke take a victorious stride across the water, then another and another until he reached their sensei. What's wrong with her? He muttered, voice pitched low. Nothing, Sakura grumbled. A side effect of the concussion, Itachi-sensei answered, as if she hadn't spoken. Wait here a moment while I collect Naruto. Sasuke shoved his hands awkwardly into his pocket as he shivered. Any better? He asked gruffly, as Itachi-sensei slipped away. Sakura sighed, closing her eyes briefly. It just feels the same, she said. Headaches, on and off. Sorry, he said shiftily. Sakura could feel the hum of his chakra as he dried himself and his clothes off. It was just a training accident, Sakura reminded him, shifting around to hand him his cloak, abandoned in the snow next to her while he trained. He took it, slinging it around his shoulders and huddling into its folds. He shrugged, sitting down next to her, and they watched the chunks of ice bob up and down on the lake. On the far side, Tamari's team sparred, little black figures darting and pouncing across the water. Muna Shii, said Sasuke. What? Empty, he repeated slowly, glancing over like her stupid concussion might have affected her comprehension. In Konoha, as genin, we would have the Hitaiate and start going on missions, but here it's still more of the same. Training. It feels empty. We haven't left Sans Forest since we got here, Sakura agreed. The sensei keep talking about the war, but we've never seen it. Sasuke skipped a rock across the surface of the water with a little more force than necessary. We will, he said ominously. The whole pack will. A teasing smile tugged at the corner of Sakura's mouth. Pack, she echoed. Sasuke scowled. Shut up. San keeps calling us that. San was literally raised by wolves, Sakura pointed out. I like it, though, she added, almost as an afterthought. Sasuke snorted. You sleep in San's den for 3 days and that's what happens. Oh, shut up, Sakura grumbled. Yeah, shut up, Naruto chimed in, and instantly Sasuke's face darkened into a glower. You don't even know what we're talking about, idiot, he snarled. It is your turn on meal rotation, Itachi-sensei said serenely over Naruto's, yeah? Fight me, bastard. I trust you two boys will be able to handle it while I escort Sakura back to base camp. Sure, whatever, said Sasuke, tucking his cloak around him more securely. Itachi-sensei leered him with a look, and Sasuke blew out a sigh. Yes, sensei, he amended grumpily. Hi. Naruto agreed, abandoning his feud with Sasuke as soon as it started. Sakura. Itachi-sensei prompted. Sakura sighed. Coming, she said, and brushed off Naruto's overly enthusiastic attempts to help her up. It was far too early for any of the other teams to finish training. The captain, however, was holding conference at the edge of the clearing with a huddle of his Ninken and San with her wolves. Sakura knew better than to pry, and let Itachi-sensei herd her not so subtly to the pack's den, following the trail he thoughtfully broke through the snow, since he wouldn't let her walk on top of it. He stood aside to let her in first. Her cloak weighed heavy on her shoulders, twice as heavy today. She staggered a little as she shrugged it off, and when she tried to toss it on her bunk, it slid half off. But now that it was off, she shivered, the thin fabric and deerskin shirt an insufficient defense against the cold seeping in from the cave entrance. Lie down, Itachi-sensei said, and Sakura peered up to watch him make his way over. Obediently, she slumped into her bunk, and Itachi-sensei folded her cloak over her with clinical precision. I should help my team, she protested weakly. I know I can't hunt, but I should start the fire or boil water. Later, Itachi-sensei said implacably, and despite the fact that she was acting like a useless little civilian, Sakura felt her eyelids close. Sakura. Temeri's voice filtered through the fog of sleep, dragging Sakura unwillingly to the surface. She resisted the urge to curl up and hide until the older girl left, shrink away from her. Nevertheless, she forced her eyes open and blinked blearily at Temeri. Golden rays filtered weakly into the mouth of the den. "It's time for dinner," the older girl informed her, peeling back Sakura's cloak. "Come on, I'll help you up." Sakura was sick and tired of needing help just to crawl out of bed, and to need Temeri's help of all people, but she accepted the older girl's hand, swaying on her feet just a little as Temeri draped her cloak around her shoulders. "Sakura-chan!" Naruto cheered. A half-chewed something was in his mouth. With an impressively tolerant expression, Gaara leaned away from him. "Chew with your mouth closed," Temeri admonished, and guided Sakura to a seat on a log next to Haku, rare for him to eat with the pack. Sakura blinked at the older boy when he offered her a small smile. "Stay," Temeri told Sakura, drawing back her attention. "I'll get your food." Sakura smiled weakly. "Thanks," she managed. A shuffle at her feet, a narrow muzzle shoved itself into Sakura's lap, and she blinked down at Gurako's liquid eyes. "Hi," said Sakura, hand coming up instinctively to rub the Ninken's forehead. "Is the captain working you hard?" Gurako whined agreement, eyes half closing in contentment. "He and Baisuke are accompanying myself and Zabuza-san on a mission tomorrow evening," Haku said unexpectedly. "Another mission?" Sakura asked, surprised, and accepted a bowl from Temeri. "He's not even back yet, and the last one you went on with him was That was 6 days ago." "Yes," Haku agreed. "Zabuza-san will be back within a few hours. We are continuing to monitor movement on the eastern coast of Hai while the Kiri insurgents battle the loyalists for control of that sea. Maybe you should bring a set of eyes that can see everything," Niji said pointedly on Sakura's other side. "Hey!" Temeri snapped her fingers warningly at Niji, who turned his glower in her direction. "Itaka-sensei told Zabuza-san he will bring the entire team on his reconnaissance mission after competence in basic shinobi arts is demonstrated," Haku said, unperturbed. "He thinks perhaps next month." Deafening silence. Even Naruto was startled out of his one-sided conversation with Gaara and Sasuke. Sakura choked down a bite of bird, tears pricking her eyes when it caught in her throat. Gurako blinked concerned eyes up at her. "And next month?" Hinata said. "Perhaps," Haku repeated. Sakura's eyes darted to Temeri, whose eyes first widened, then narrowed. Niji's face twisted into a thoughtful scowl, sighs into a pensive expression. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances. "Outside of Sans Forest?" asked Sasuke cautiously. "I believe so," said Haku. "That," Naruto breathed, "is so cool. You're going to be the first ones on a real mission. A real team mission." Beside him, Gaara narrowed his eyes at Temeri. Temeri pursed her lips. "I see," she said. "Are all the sensei preparing to begin bringing their teams on missions?" "Yes," Haku said simply. Hinata covered her mouth with her hand. Naruto hooted, slapping his hand against a slightly less enthusiastic Sasuke's. Sakura took a deep breath, oblivious to Gurako's curious stare. In, out. This was Sakura's world, changing, again. Sakura was a clever girl. Since her father's death, her cleverness kept her alive. She kept her mouth shut, and she watched, filing away all that information neatly into her brain. And she learned. Itaka-sensei's team was by far the most ready for the missions, the coming war even more so than the rest of the pack may have known, judging by Naruto's whining. Sakura, though Sakura knew better, feared them, even, on days when she was tired and lonely and felt the years of being hunted wearing on her. But fear was fine. Fear was a tool that kept a shinobi alive. This is what Sakura knew about Yuki Ichizoku no Haku. Haku was the kind of metaphorical diamond one might find in a coal mine. He was the last echo of a dead clan with a prodigious elemental Kekkei Genkai, self-taught in everything his eyes could do. He possessed a naturally brilliant mind, and regularly created his own jutsu. He was faster than a striking snake, his throw was deadly accurate, and he could hit a flying bird precisely in the eye with a senbon. Haku could track a rabbit in a snowstorm, identify a bird by the way it beat its wings. In Kiri, he was hated and feared for his Kekkei Genkai, in Konoha he would have been venerated and coveted. In any life, in any country, Haku would always make a fantastic shinobi. This is how Sakura knew to be afraid of Haku. Haku was the kindest person Sakura had ever met. His compassion was genuine, and he honestly, truly wanted to help everybody. His eyes were warm and his smile pure. But more than anything, he was loyal to Zabuza-sensei. And for him, Haku could lock away that kindness in the blink of an eye and leave behind nothing but a blank mask. Haku's special talent was killing, and he was especially gifted at it. When Haku was 5, he killed his father and almost every able-bodied man in his village. Zabuza-sensei picked him up on the side of the road, and within another 2, 3, 4 years, Haku was a Kiri hunter nin. When Zabuza-sensei attempted to kill the Mizukage, Haku followed him. When Zabuza-sensei raided a human experimentation facility during what was supposed to be a human trafficking A rank, Haku followed him. When Zabuza-sensei was captured during the mission by Konoha's most notorious Sunin, Haku found the only people that would even consider helping, or even stand a chance of helping, Ryukatsu Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi, the Hanabi-ha. And as long as Zabuza-sensei was a part of Hanabi-ha, Haku would too. But if Zabuza-sensei told Haku to kill any one of them, Sakura knew he would do it. This is how Sakura met Haku. 2 years on the run, and Nico-sensei left the pack in Ashino the last time Sakura had seen her or Hanabi. 2 years of ambushes, false alarms, and Tamari called a code red, a code 2 red 2, recognition by a family member. In the flurry of chaos that happened, Sakura met first Itaka-sensei, then the captain. In the forests of Taki, fleeing again, nothing new, Sakura met Shisui-sensei and Zabuza-sensei and Haku. Shisui-sensei was weary good nature and sardonic humor and tousled hair. Zabuza-sensei was rough and sharp edges and towering height. Haku was light and lithe and coiled grace in his shadow. Haku offered her a drink of water from his canteen, sat down next to her after a long day of travel, and asked her what her name was. Haku was the first member of Hanaha who smiled at her, and for the first time since Nico-sensei had left them, Sakura had felt safe. This is what Sakura knew about Hyuga Niji. Niji was a genius. He should have been the jewel of the Hyuga clan in Konoha, its greatest shinobi in a clan of great shinobi in this generation. Niji never needed more than once to learn a lesson, there was never a taijutsu kata that took him more than a day to perfect, never a target he couldn't hit, and never was his chakra anything less than impeccably controlled. However, Hyuga Niji was born as a second-class citizen and he knew would never be anything more than a servant. He could have been chosen for the command corps, sure. He could have made jounin, or joined the Umbu. He could even have risen as high as Joint Forces Commander, second only to the Hokage. But he would never be Hokage, and in his clan, he would always be subordinate. Niji did not fight this. The last lesson his father taught was obedience, and Niji never needed more than once to learn a lesson. Instead, he kept his head down and trained. He trained even before he enrolled in the academy, and when he did enroll, he ranked first in his class in every subject without fail. He was 6 and already one of the most promising shinobi of his generation. This is how Sakura knew to be afraid of Niji. The clan accelerated his jukin training. Niji did not protest. The clan assigned him to take up traditional branch guard shifts in the clan compound. Niji did not protest. The clan appointed him a personal bodyguard to the heiress, his younger cousin. Niji did not protest. Hinata was everything that Niji was not, privileged, timid, and to put it nicely fragile. She was taught the secret techniques of the main house, waited on, guarded at all times. But where Niji learned quickly, Hinata took twice, 3 times as long to learn the same half as well. When she entered the academy, the only subject she ranked first in was Taijutsu, and even then, only among the kunoichi. Instead of standing tall and proud, she wilted. When she came of age, Hyuga Hinata would become the next head of the illustrious Hyuga clan, famed throughout the elemental lands as a clan of proud shinobi with one of the strongest jujutsu to exist. And Niji would be at her shoulder, at her heels. Niji did not protest, but he resented. His anger burned slow, festering, and ignited in a flash. Niji would give his life for Hyuga Hinata, and he would forever resent her for it. The whole pack and San, and the sensei had watched Niji almost kill Hinata. Had seen the smoldering hatred so carefully hidden, packed beneath his veneer of cool control. Killing intent was something the shinobi academies and sensei cultivated carefully, nurtured. But Niji's past had done that for him tenfold. This is how Sakura met Niji. Still reeling from her father's murder, Sakura had huddled in a tiny room with Sai and Naruto, all three muddy and blood-splattered. There was no bathroom in the bolt hole Sai had dragged them into, just a covered bucket. The only food was dried and packaged and hard as rock. Then Nico-sensei had shoved her way in and Sai had almost impaled her, crouching defensively in front of Sakura as she huddled uselessly in the corner, and Naruto, who guarded her with his own body. And behind her had been a hard-eyed 8-year-old Niji glaring white eyes at them with an actual baby cradled in his arms. And behind him was Hinata and Sasuke, the former terrified, the latter fierce. 8 of them crammed into an bolt hole. It wasn't safe. Hinokuni was a big country, but in the wake of Danzo's upheaval, none of it was safe. Hinata, Sasuke, Hanabi, each of them main house blood, each in the direct line of succession. Naruto Jinchuriki, the greatest weapon in Konoha's possession. Them, Nico-sensei was honor-bound and duty-bound to protect, to keep away from the usurper's clutches. Sai, Niji, both prodigies, already blooded, already pressed into duty for village or for clan. Them, Nico-sensei could lean on to protect her 4 charges. Sakura, however civilian, worthless, more brain than brawn. Her, Nico-sensei had no use for. Nico-sensei should have left her behind, wanted to even, for the good of the mission. But Naruto resisted so adamantly, so fervently, that even Sai had somewhat hesitantly sided with him. Bring her, Niji had snapped. We'll waste less time if they come willingly. And Sakura had shrunken back at him and his cold eyes, but Nico-sensei agreed. When they left as 8. It took 8 weeks before Sakura willingly spoke to Niji. This is what Sakura knew about Sabaku no Tamari. Tamari was strong. The firstborn of the Yondaime Kaze cage, she was a prodigy from the moment she stepped into a training ring. Smart, fast, a killer instinct, she had all the makings of a fearsome ninja, and that was before she started picking up elemental jutsu while still in the academy. However, she was also a kunoichi in a shinobi's world, and even at 9 years old Tamari was no fool. Tsunagakure's only female were part of the seduction infiltration division, and its few female jounin had all been relegated to desk jobs. Tamari didn't want a desk job. She certainly didn't want to get stuck working in a hospital or playing nice as an ambassador due to her high political status as the Kazekige's daughter. She wanted to be a field commander, or join and complete S-rank missions. She wanted to be the youngest jounin, like the legendary ninja she read about in her textbooks, who had been promoted at 13 and 14 and 15. But she was 9 and could have made genin in her sleep a year ago, and her tutor told her to quit being so impatient. You won't be even chunin for another 6 years at least. Because her genin team would be her brothers, and she wouldn't be allowed to enter the Chunin exams until they were ready. Gaara was 6, and still couldn't control the Shukaku. When she had made Chunin, she would be encouraged to retire and enter a political marriage. But Tamari didn't want that. She was too smart for her own good, too strong, too fast. She didn't master her first futon ninjutsu at 8 for her own village to betray her. She left. She left, with Gaara. She was wasted in Suna. This is how Sakura knew to be afraid of Tamari. No matter how prodigious she was, Tamari knew wouldn't last a day outside Suna on her own without being killed or retrieved. And she knew her youngest brother, who was for all intents and purposes a living weapon with very limited control, could level the village either with intent or with carelessness. She was afraid of him, yes, but she needed him. It was almost laughably easy to get her youngest brother to trust her. She started with a smile. He was desperately lonely and starving for affection, and when she began showing interest in him, he soaked it up like the desert after rainfall. He was so painfully earnest and eager to please, and he tried so hard not to hurt her. He didn't succeed, of course. His control was imperfect, and broke Temeri's arm on 2 separate occasions, and once 3 ribs when he couldn't hold back the demon. "You need to do better, Otauto," she told him the second time after she got back from the hospital, arm wrapped in plaster, and his eyes widened at the address. "What if you kill me on accident? You'll be lonely again." And of course, he tried harder after that. And then their uncle tried to kill her, or maybe him. Sakura wasn't too clear on this part, and Gaara perfected his control that night. He protected her. That was the night they left Suna for good. He was 7, she was 10. Temeri didn't tell Sakura all of this, not directly. But Sakura was clever, too smart for her own good even, and pieced the story together from the scraps the older girl let slip. "I am the one that loves you," she'd heard the older girl whisper to Gaara at night, and even Sakura could tell he believed her. And perhaps that was even true, but that was unimportant. They hadn't been let go easy. Their village had sent Umbu to retrieve or kill them. Eventually, they stopped coming, after Gaara left their corpses twisted and bloodied or pureed in their wake. This was how Sakura met Temeri. They were in the land of rivers, maybe, when Naruto came back to the decrepit tool shed they were staying in with a tiny boy with bizarre dark rings around his eyes and rust-red hair and a stare that could unnerve the Shinigami himself. Sakura wasn't entirely sure how Naruto managed to befriend the homicidal little boy, and from the expression on his face Gaara didn't know either, but stay he did. And with him came Temeri. But Gaara was on his best behavior and so was she, and over the next year Nico-sensei let them learn their story as she allowed them to learn a little of her and Gaara's. But Sakura wasn't fooled. For all that both Sand siblings played up Gaara's bloodlust, she knew that it was Temeri that was the dangerous one, the ruthless one. Temeri was the puppeteer in the relationship and Gaara followed her lead. Maybe the others didn't see it beneath the caring older sister persona, but Sakura knew. Sabaku no Temeri was a force to be reckoned with. Whirling cloak and scattered snowflakes. Sakura pounced across the top of the snow, gleeful in finally being allowed to do more physically strenuous activity after 2 weeks of light jogging at most. Naruto blew past, his own cloak steaming out behind him, and Sakura gave chase. "Can't catch me!" Naruto crowed gleefully, turning his head to peek over his shoulder at her with mischievous eyes. Sakura smiled. "Is that a challenge?" she called, leaping nimbly over a rocky outcropping. She put on a burst of speed as his control slipped, sending him staggering as one foot broke through the crust of the snow. "Got you!" Sakura's punch caught him on the shoulder as he tried to dodge clumsily, sending him face first into the snowbank. She sped away before he could tag her back, veering out onto the icy river. "Ah, Sakura-chan," Naruto complained, stopping his charge just short of the water's edge. Sakura smiled sweetly, a good 3 meters from the riverbank. "What's the matter, Naruto?" She took one step towards him teasingly, then another. Naruto growled wordlessly, pacing back and forth. Sakura yelped as Naruto took a flying leap, diving sideways as her teammate crashed flailing into the icy water. "Naruto," she cried, aghast, as his head popped out of the water, gasping. "What an idiot," Sasuke muttered, striding out on top of the water with surprisingly stable steps. He reached out and hauled Naruto bodily out of the water by the arm, tossing him to the shore. Naruto reacted about the same as if one had done the same to a drenched cat, yowled protestations and flailing of limbs. "What the hell?" he demanded. Sasuke crossed his arms. "You jumped into a half-frozen river without knowing how to walk on water," he pointed out. "And you can barely swim." "I was fine," Naruto insisted. "Brats," interjected Zabuza-sensei before their argument could escalate into a full-on fight, slouching languidly behind Naruto as if he'd always been there. "Get over here, shut your traps. We've got a briefing or whatever." Naruto huffed as Sakura and Sasuke made their way towards the edge of the river. "We did the briefing yesterday," he complained. "We did," Sakura said pointedly. Naruto and Sasuke looked vaguely guilty. "These two brats wanted to know what we were doing today," Zabuza-sensei drawled, cheerfully throwing her 2 teammates under the bus, "so I told them. It's you versus Ataka's team." Sakura made a face and folded her arms across her chest. The headaches were nearly gone, but physically, she still tired easily. "So, it's a joint exercise with Team Saga High," she said. That's a terrible name, Sasuke muttered under his breath. The wolf girl's going to be your target. Client. Whatever, said Zabuza-sensei. She wants you to guard her when she goes from the western caves to the tallest pine on the eastern shore of the lake. The client will be traveling on foot, blah, blah, and you are to protect her and her wares from potential bandits. Gaara's team. Naruto chimed in. Yes, Sasuke said dryly. But we're not supposed to know that. Wares? Sakura repeated suspiciously. She's supposed to be a merchant or whatever. Zabuza-sensei shrugged and glanced towards the sun. Quit asking questions. You have 12 minutes to get the meeting point. What? Naruto cried, as Sasuke slapped at his kunai holster in a panic. We don't have all our equipment. I have mine, Sakura said smugly. A shinobi is always prepared, Zabuza-sensei sneered maliciously. Guess you get to choose between meeting your client on time or getting the rest of your equipment. I'll meet the client, Sakura said quickly before Naruto imploded. You two grab whatever you need and find us before we leave. The three turned to Zabuza-sensei, who raised an eyebrow sardonically. Your mission, your decision. 11 minutes. Go, said Sasuke, and took off towards the main camp with Naruto on his heels. Sakura really needed to get a watch. She bolted for the western caves, skimming the top of the snow as she ran. The western caves were around 3 kilometers away from the training hollow, and Sakura's breath was rasping harshly in her throat by the time San came into view. You seem a little out of breath, San noted, staring down at Sakura with no small amount of amusement as she doubled over, hands on her knees. She affected a higher voice. I paid for a team, she said, crossing her arms ostentatiously. Why is it only you? Sakura smothered a smile and straightened. I apologize, but my team was unavoidably detained, she said, trying not to laugh. They should be here soon. San sniffed, scrunching up her nose. I certainly hope so, she huffed. I need to get my things to the tallest pine before sunset or everything is ruined. We're here, Naruto announced, skidding in with a spray of snow that showered both Sakura and San. Real professional, muttered Sasuke, as Sakura sputtered and dashed the snow off her face. Intolerable. San intoned, and Naruto and Sasuke stared at her as if she had grown an extra pair of ears. I demand you show me some respect. She's in character, Sakura explained in an undertone as San brushed her shoulders off prissily. We're ready to go, if you are, she said, louder. Am I? Giving the trio one more gimlet-eyed glare, San hefted a large carrying rack piled high with rolled pelts onto her back. We go, she announced imperiously. We are scorching daylight. I'll take point, Sasuke said. Sakura, stay with the client. Naruto, rearguard. On it. Naruto chirped, as Sakura said, hi. Sasuke bounded ahead. Sakura sprang forwards as well, only to stop when San wasn't at her shoulder. She glanced behind her. San eyed her with a raised eyebrow and stepped forward pointedly. Her foot broke through the top of the snow and she sank. She took another pondering step. And another. Wait for the civilian, young shinobi, said San with obvious enjoyment. Sakura closed her eyes briefly. Of course, she said with a strained smile. When Naruto hadn't been able to walk on top of the snow, he had at least plowed through with the drifts enthusiastically as a charging bull moose might. It hadn't slowed him down very much. San, on the other hand, moved as quickly as a browsing cow with a lame foot. On a regular escort mission, Sakura imagined it would be marginally more relaxed, but since they knew an ambush was coming, she felt herself jumping at shadows. The path San insisted they take cut through the forest, and Sakura eyed every creaking branch suspiciously. Sasuke doubled back, a slight frown when he realized that Sakura and San had gone maybe 100 meters since the mission began. He turned his frown on Sakura, who flattened her mouth and shook her head. Clear so far, he reported at last. So far. San echoed, stopping in her tracks with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Young pup, are you telling me that it won't be clear later? Sakura glowered at Sasuke, who looked slightly abashed, and turned a wide-eyed look on San. Well, you hired us to protect you, she said. Aren't you expecting to be attacked? San sniffed. Perhaps. Perhaps not, she said, and mercifully, continued plodding forward once again. Sasuke vanished back into the trees ahead, zigzagging just in view of Sakura and San. In the back, Naruto, surprisingly silent, prowled back and forth, never straying more than 3 meters. All around them, the bare trees trailed spindly shadows across the snowy floor, and Sakura's breath puffed out in little clouds of white. The day was cold and still, whatever wildlife there might normally be startled away by the crunch of San's feet through the snow. Sakura poked her arms through the side slits in her cloak, palming a kunai in a backhanded grip. She glanced back at Naruto, but he shook her head when he met her eyes. No sign. A full hour passed in tense silence. In that time, the team had managed to traverse almost exactly 1 kilometer of terrain. Sakura's hands were beginning to go numb, so she sent a thrum of chakra through them, flexing her fingers around her kunai. I am tired, San declared, and swung off her carrying rack abruptly. What are you doing? Asked Sakura, fighting down the thrills of anticipation and panic. What's going on? Naruto demanded, catching up in one large pounce. I am tired, San repeated primly. I am going to take a break. Naruto ground his teeth audibly. You said you needed to be at the lake by sunset, he complained. We're really far away. I cannot go on, San insisted, just as Sasuke came back. What's the holdup? He muttered to Sakura. Sakura fought the urge to sigh. The client needs to rest, she answered. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Fan out, he ordered. I'll stay with the client, you two scout around the site. Sakura seized the chance to move faster than a snail for the first time in an hour and darted into the surrounding trees, one eye on her team and San. She didn't think the other team would attack them now, more likely to surprise them on the move while they were focused on moving forward. A soft crunch of disturbed snow caught her attention. Sakura froze, turning her head in that direction. Noiselessly, she crept towards the sound. For a brief second, she chanced a look over her shoulder, back to her team, but all was peaceful there. She prowled forward and peered around the side of the trunk, kunai held defensively before her. She blinked once, bemused, at who she saw. Shisui-sensei raised a hand lazily as he slouched against a tree opposite her, waggling his fingers in a greeting. Distraction, he told cheerfully. No. Sakura growled, and whirled, flying over the snow back to where she'd left the others. In the trees ahead, Naruto yelled in dismay, and Sakura burst from the trees in time to see Haku propel Temari and Neji out of an oversized ice mirror right in front of San, whose only response was to blink once, slowly. Sasuke spat a massive fireball, forcing the other team to scatter, and Naruto was on Temari in a flash, meeting her kunai with his own. You're not Gaara's team. Naruto cried indignantly. Temari grinned, shark-like. Nope, she said sweetly, and knocked him bodily off his feet. Ice Senbon hissed through the air, and Sakura knocked them away, diving in front of San to block the next volley. Get back, she cried, herding San away from the mirror. Neji drew his tanto, head cocked slightly, and deflected the kunai Sakura flung at him neatly despite the strip of cloth wound over his eyes. Genjutsu, Tori no Yuta, she hissed, and Neji jerked involuntarily at the chirping birds that assailed his ears. Her next kunai sailed just past his shoulder as he ducked. Keep doing that, directed Sasuke breathlessly, his hands already flickering through seals. He spat a stream of flame, and Haku jerked a hand up, a sheet of ice shooting up just in time. Kai, Neji growled, breaking through the illusion with a sharp pulse of chakra. Sakura hurled another kunai to keep Neji back as he advanced, drawing another in each hand as she gritted her teeth. The only other genjutsu she knew was visual useless against a shinobi fighting blind, and doubly so for an opponent whose jujutsu could see through any genjutsu. Naruto, switch, she yelled, as Temari blasted Naruto back with a precise futon. Naruto twisted out of his backwards tumble into a pounce, yanking Neji with him by an arm. Temari whirled after them, but Sakura was faster. Kazumi Jushin no Jutsu, she growled, and Temari froze, her eyes flicking at the dark figures blooming out of Sakura's genjutsu. It wouldn't hold her long. Hey! Sasuke barked, and Sakura whipped around to see Haku haul a supremely unconcerned San backwards into a mirror. She lunged, but only hit the hard surface of the ice as the two vanished. Temari turned on Naruto, blowing him backwards with another futon, and grabbed Niji by the shoulder. "Let's go," she yelled, leaping for the dormant mirror they'd arrived from. Just before the two impacted the ice, Haku's hand reached out and grabbed them, pulling them in. Sasuke's fireball hit too late. They vanished with a glint of light in the distance, and the mirror cracked, its pieces falling to the ground with a musical tinkle. Naruto glanced at Sakura. Sakura looked at Sasuke. Sasuke eyed them both. "What was that?" Naruto yelled. Sasuke scowled thunderously. "Bad intel," he snarled. "Forget that," Sakura said. "We need to get her back." "They're long gone," Sasuke muttered. "Did you know Haku could do that?" Naruto demanded. "I didn't. I mean, it's super cool that he can just. I didn't know he could bring others into his ice with him," Sakura admitted, interrupting her teammate's rant. Sasuke nodded grudging agreement. "Ideas for tracking them?" Sasuke asked. Sakura tapped her chin thoughtfully. "Transporting 3 others over a long distance has to be chakra intensive," she reasoned. "And they probably expect us to try and find them. Either Haku took them as far away as possible, counting on Temari and Niji to defend if we catch up, or they're relatively close, and Haku can still fight or run them away again." She turned slowly and squinted off into the trees. "I saw a flash of light, there," she said, pointing north, like sunlight off a mirror. "They might have started traveling by foot from there." "Let's go," said Sasuke immediately, yanking a kunai out of the tree it had been buried in. "Hey," interrupted Naruto, ignoring or unaware of the way Sasuke scowled at him. "What about that?" They all swiveled to look. Sans carrying rack, still piled high with furs, lay abandoned at the base of a tree, half buried in disturbed snow. Sakura exchanged a glance with Sasuke. "Bring it," said Sasuke reluctantly. "It's still part of our mission." Naruto sputtered. "Me? I'm still recovering," Sakura said primly. "Plus, you're the strongest." Naruto preened. Sasuke glowered. "If you say so, Sakura-chan," said Naruto cheerfully, and hefted the rack onto his shoulders. It towered over him comically, nearly twice his height, but he handled the weight easily. "I'm the strongest," he told Sasuke, puffing out his chest. "Whatever you want to think, loser," Sasuke sneered back, leaping ahead atop the snow to get away from him. Sakura scrutinized the landscape with narrow eyes as she sprinted. All was still. The snow here blanketed the ground in a smooth sheet, broken only by half-buried twigs or sticks. Sakura caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of her eye, but when she whipped her head around for a better look, she saw only a bird, fluttering away. "We need a plan," said Sasuke, breath coming out in soft puffs that hung in the air. "That team," he gritted his teeth, "is stronger than us. They can beat us in a head-on fight, even if Niji isn't using his Byakugan. We need to wear out Haku," Sakura said immediately. "As long as he can use his ice mirrors, they have a quick escape." "Haku could take all of us in a fight," Sasuke muttered under his breath. "I can take him," Naruto insisted. "Itachi-sensei showed me this super awesome jutsu last week." "No, Haku can use wind-natured jutsu too, and so can Temari," Sakura said absently. "And I'm pretty sure theirs are stronger than yours." "It's not a futon," Naruto corrected, and lowered his voice conspiratorially. "It's a super secret, super strong jutsu. Itachi-sensei said I shouldn't teach it to anyone else because you need a ton of chakra, and I have a ton of chakra, but no one else has a ton of chakra except maybe Gaara, so it could maybe kill you because it'll drain your chakra and then you wouldn't have any chakra." "Naruto," Sakura said with remarkable patience, "what is the jutsu?" "It's called," Naruto paused for dramatic effect, "Taijuryo-kage Bunshin no Jutsu." "A clone," Sasuke deadpanned. Sakura frowned. "A shadow clone. One of the academy sensei had talked about it her first week of class. It was a kinjutsu, forbidden to even some jounin. But if Itachi sensei had really taught it to him, it had to be okay. Right?" "A strong clone," Naruto insisted. "It can hit people and use chakra and really fight and everything." "Itachi sensei taught it to you," Sakura clarified. "Yeah," said Naruto. "But it's a super secret," super strong jutsu, and Ataka-sensei said. Sakura tuned the rest of it out. A clone that could actually fight like Zabuza-sensei's Mizu Bunshin. The wheels in Sakura's head began turning as she scraped together the beginnings of a plan. Sasuke regarded her with narrowed eyes. What are you thinking? Naruto, can you henge them into whatever? Sakura asked. Huh? Naruto startled out of his rant. Yeah, sure. Sakura smiled slowly. Sakura's team was not great at tracking. They were not even good at it. They were, in fact, barely passable, which became painfully clear whenever they went up against the stealth recon team Hinata's and the mobile strike team Temari's. Sakura's team was supposed to be the heavy combat team, but they weren't too good at it yet either. Temari's team on foot was faster than Sakura's, especially since all three could walk on top of both water and the snow easily while Naruto downright couldn't on the first count and sometimes slipped on the second. However, they would need to deal with San, who was undoubtedly attached to her civilian persona, which meant they also had to lug around her dead weight. That was ultimately the only reason Sasuke spotted them. There, he hissed, pointing, and Sakura caught a glimpse of San draped cheerfully over Temari's back physically, the strongest peeking back as the other team disappeared over a ridge not 100 meters ahead. Operation, spook them and suddenly whip out the super strong surprises ago. Naruto whispered gleefully. Sakura resisted the urge to roll her eyes. This team is horrible at names, Sasuke muttered, and took off. Naruto charged after him, possibly cackling under his breath, but Sakura wasn't sticking around to listen. She flitted from tree to tree, cutting around the side of the mountain at a dead sprint. She just had to reach the base of the mountain on the other side before Temari's team. Haku was in the lead, weaving back and forth methodically without straying too far from his teammates. Their close-knit formation was primed for a quick escape. But honestly, even if Sakura's team was on the offensive now, putting them against Temari's team when Sakura and Sasuke and Naruto were definitely not expecting it was more than a little unfair. Neji was a year older, Haku and Temari somewhere around 3 years older, were physically taller, stronger, and faster, and all three of them had miles more combat experience than any of Sakura's team. Sakura's team had been kept back from any fighting when at all possible, and with Gaara and Sai on Hinata's team, Sakura's team had the least real-world fighting experience, essentially, none. So Sakura didn't have high hopes about coming out of this victorious. And given that Naruto generally didn't have a stealthy bone in his body, she didn't have high hopes of surprising the other team with an ambush. This was a Hail Mary, because if they went back empty-handed and without even trying to get San back, Zabuza-sensei would cut their heads off and have them impaled in the base camp as a warning to the rest of the pack. After he made them run laps until they dropped and beat them into the ground, which he would do either way if they didn't succeed. Sakura had a fantastically healthy fear of her sensei, and she was not afraid to admit it. She made it around the mountain with time to spare, half hidden in the hollow of the roots of a tree. She peeked over the roots. If Neji was using his Byakugan, there was no way he wouldn't spot her team surrounding them. They could just rabbit with Haku's ice mirrors again, but the other genin continued their slow lope towards her. Sakura spared a moment to scowl. This team's biggest voluntary handicap was the only reason her team even had a sliver of chance, and that rankled. She tipped her head to the side and just barely made out the sound of breathing. Haku was closing in on her position. Naruto, you better not miss the signal, she muttered. Kazumi Jushin no Jutsu. Haku's breath stuttered as she cast her genjutsu, throwing it out like a net and catching everyone in her vicinity. She blinked, allowing the illusion to superimpose reality, and sidled around the tree, keeping the trunk between them. A burst of chakra on the team's other side. Naruto. It's a genjutsu, Temari said sharply. Kai. But the shadowy figures remained, pouring out of the trees in seemingly endless streams, and Temari tensed, tightening her grip on San. Ow, said San mildly. Neji drew his tanto, settling into a ready crouch, and Senbon slipped out of Haku's sleeves until he wielded 3 in each hand, sprouting from between his fingers like claws as he retreated to set his back against his teammates. Attack! Naruto crowed, because he could never quite master a silent attack, and as one, his Kage Bunshin dropped their henge of Sakura's mist servants and charged. Okay, with this technique, Sakura could maybe see their team as the heavy combat squad. The clones dogpiled the other team, flinging themselves kunao first with wild abandon in one long, continuous war cry. Haku's Senbon hissed into the stampede, but with every clone that popped out of existence, 2 more took its place. At his side, Niji wielded his Tonto with deadly precision in one hand and blasted apart Bunshin with Raw Chakra using the other. The 2 of them, however, would soon be overrun by the swarm, and Haku needed space for his mirror escape jutsu, or he'd risk pulling along some unwanted passenger. Or maybe they could pull him back out. Sakura was curious. The hell is this? Temari slid San off her back, reaching into her holster for her kunao. The teen rapped her admonishingly on the back of the head. This is not hell, San informed her sternly. This is my mother's sacred forest, pup. Client successfully separated from enemy combatant. Sakura hung into one of Naruto's clones and leapt into the fray. Niji let loose a blast of chakra that vaporized a third of Naruto's clones, and Sakura tumbled out of the way. Haku's eyes zeroed in on her and narrowed. In a blur of movement, he sent his entire handful of Senbon zipping at her. One of Naruto's Bunshin dove in front of her, taking the brunt of the attack, and she darted forward, snapping out a kunao. Haku caught it on another Senbon as the clones surged. Sakura-chan, he said, voice mild, and she dropped the henge. She bared her teeth, twisting with her whole body, and he let the Senbon fly out of his hand. She slashed with the blade again, backhand, but he grabbed her wrist and forced it away, pushing her back a step. A clone pounced at him from the side, but he skewered it with a Senbon without even looking. Sakura smiled. Behind Haku, a huge fireball hit the ground and exploded, sending snow and droplets of water flying as Sasuke revealed himself among the clones on the other side. Sakura threw herself backwards and away as Haku stumbled, and before he could follow, a pair of clones mobbed him. Sakura turned tail and ran. I have her. Sakura veered towards Sasuke's voice, but had to twist out of the way of a futon that hit the tree next to her, leaving a huge, spider-webbing crack. Naruto. I'm on it. Sakura blinked, and their teammate multiplied once again. How many times could he do that? Sakura was beginning to think it was cheating, a little. Temari's team was clearing the rest of the clone distraction fast, but that was okay. Sakura's team fled for the lake, San carried between a pair of cage Bunshin like some sort of trophy. Sakura's breath came in harsh pants, but they were almost there. Just a little further. Once they reached the pine, their mission was complete. She chanced a glance over her shoulder and squeaked. Temari glared back at her from 100 meters, Haku and Niji hard on her heels as she charged down the slope. Incoming! Sasuke shouted, and Sakura whipped around in time to see Sai aboard a giant ink construct swoop down like a bird of prey on San in her clone protective custody. Oh, come on! Naruto howled, launching himself bodily at the ink hawk. Sakura really, truly wished she had the time to stop and wail about the injustice of it all, because why was her team, the least experienced team, the target? Why did everyone else have more information than they did? Why was this a three-way drill? Why was Sakura stuck between 2 stronger teammates, on a team between 2 vastly stronger teams? Why was Sakura the one who ended up with a stupid concussion? Why was Sakura the stupid civilian? Why was Sakura so weak? But she didn't have time to complain, not now, so she gritted her teeth and unsheathed another kunao and hurled it at the ink creature as it banked away from San. Hinata deflected it away with her own, leaning down from where she crouched on the bird's back behind Sai. Gaara sent a blast of sand in her direction, and she dove out of the way, back towards the clones guarding San. Keep running, she yelled, and they booked it. Whatever happens, she snapped at Naruto, get San to that tree. Don't stop. Yeah. Naruto agreed, pouring on the speed and pulling ahead. Sasuke scrambled to follow, dodging the kunao that whipped past his shoulder. Sakura looked back to see Temari, just meters away, send a hail of shuriken at her. Panicked, Sakura threw herself into a substitution and hit the ground running. A shadow swooped down. She ducked, but the bird streaked right over her. Sasuke, she shouted. Hey! Sasuke snapped, and twisted away, but it wasn't enough. Sai's creature snagged him by an arm and swept him up, up, up. When Sakura was a kid, she and all her friends had had a relatively well-developed and rational fear of heights. Or of falling. Sasuke, apparently, lacked this point in his development, because he reached around and hurled a kunai point blank into the bird. It shattered into thousands of black droplets, sending him and the entire Team Hyuga free-falling through the air. "Are you insane, you idiots?" Temari shouted as they plummeted. Sand poured out of Gaara's oversized knapsack, snagging his teammates by their cloaks and slowing their descent. A second large hawk bloomed from Sai's scroll and swept them all up, but Sasuke evaded Hinata's attempt to grab him and kicked off the creature's wing. He plunged downwards, twisting midair like a cat, and ended up a meter in the snow. Sakura hurled her kunai at the bird as it dove and it banked away sharply, but not before Gaara and Hinata dropped neatly off the side. It was abruptly clear to Sakura that Team Hyuga most definitely did not have the same objective that Sakura's team or Temari's team did. "Sasuke, they're after you," she yelled, just as Temari blew past, ignoring her entirely. Neji and Haku followed suit, and Sakura's head whipped between them chasing Naruto and his clones and Team Hyuga, closing in on Sasuke. "I'm not the mission." Sasuke leapt clear as Gaara and Hinata cornered him, leaping halfway up a tree with a kunai in one hand and shuriken in the other. "Go help Naruto." Sakura hesitated. Sasuke was her teammate, but he couldn't fight off an entire team by himself. Neither could Naruto, despite his newfound ability to multiply seemingly indefinitely. But Naruto had San and San's things to guard, and he only had to get them to the pine. "Just hang on," she called, and as she reluctantly turned to sprint after Naruto's trail of clones and pursuers, saw Sasuke bare his teeth and launch himself at Sai's bird out of the corner of her eye. He could take care of himself, for a little bit. Probably. Unfortunately for Sakura, Naruto could outrun her easily. Temari's team, all of them could outrun Naruto. This meant that, despite her intention to help Naruto, Sakura couldn't actually do much when Temari's team caught up to him, because she was still several hundred meters away. "Get off me, you heathens!" Naruto cried as Haku cut off his escape, stepping out of a mirror right in front of him. "That doesn't mean what you think it does," Temari retorted. "Futon, Toppa, and scattered clones, Naruto, San, and San's things with a blast of wind." Temari leapt after Naruto. Haku stood his ground against the clones that crowded him. Neji darted for San, who stood passively in the snow despite the demise of her Bunshin guards. Sakura bolted towards Neji, hurling a pair of kunai ahead of her. He slashed them out of the air with his tanto, whirling to face her as she approached. "You cannot defeat me," he said. Statement of fact, certainty, not arrogance. Maybe not, but for the sake of her head staying attached to her body, she had to try. Sakura stopped short, yet another kunai in each hand. She crept around him on silent feet, but he followed, turning his head and pivoting slowly to keep himself between her and San. Sakura resisted the urge to grit her teeth. She calmed her breathing, then held it and cautiously slunk the other way. "Clever, pup," said San fondly, and in front of her, Neji tensed, raising his tanto higher into a guard position. Sakura took a step forward, then another. She didn't trust herself to be able to get all the way behind him, but if he could just blindside him. The second she released her kunai, he whirled, impossibly fast. "Genjutsu, Tori no Yuta," she cried, fumbling through the seals as quickly as she could as he pounced at her. She rolled out of the way, and he shook his head like a dog, her birdsong genjutsu giving her the opening she needed to grab San by the wrist and drag her off. "Naruto," she cried, yanking San out of the way of Neji's lunge. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu!" Naruto yelled, yet again, and another mob of clones swarmed the battlefield, cutting off Neji's charge. The older boy snarled, "One trick -NNNFT." Sakura glanced wildly over her shoulder past the seething clones to see Sai's construct carry away Neji much the same way they'd tried to Sasuke. A glint of light reflected off his tanto, falling through the air as it was knocked out of his hand. "What are you even doing?" Naruto hollered. Sakura agreed, but she had more pressing things to worry about. Like putting some distance between her and the rest of Temari's team. "Haku!" Temari shouted through the trees, and a trio of Senbon hissed after the bird, followed by Haku himself. Sakura no longer knew who was trying to do what, or if this was just a three-way brawl between all the teams in the pack. All she knew was that San needed to get to the pine tree with her stupid carrying rack. "Grab her things," she ordered, whirling towards one of Naruto's clones. "You two, carry her, go." "What's happening?" Naruto wailed, as his opponent promptly abandoned the fight to chase after her teammates. "Sakura-chan." "I don't know." And frankly, Sakura no longer cared. Sakura just wanted to get San to her tree so the exercise could end and she could go find Sasuke, or maybe even give up and curl up in a fetal position because given further thought, Zabuza-sensei might murder them if they failed, but he would probably mutilate them for coming back one team member short. At least if he murdered them, their suffering would be over faster. Their med dash turned out to be unnecessary, because neither team or Sasuke showed up. The route was positively silent, even though Sakura twitched every time the wind blew or branches crackled. The pine, just at the edge of the frozen lake, towered into the sky with snow-laden boughs. "We're here," said Naruto. "Is this the right tree?" asked another Naruto. "I dunno, I think it looks pretty tall," said yet another. Sakura rolled her eyes. One Naruto had been bad enough, and now he could multiply at will. "This is the right tree," she said. "Right." She turned to San. "It is," said San placidly. "What an interesting trip we had." Sakura took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Great," she said weakly. "So, we're done. We can just leave you here." "You are," San agreed. "You can." "We gotta get Sasuke," Naruto said immediately. Sakura would never admit it out loud, but she was tired, sore, and battered. Her legs were jelly and her finger twitching from gripped her kunai. She really just wanted to wrap herself up in her cloak and curl up in her hammock bunk and sleep. It was just a training mission, Sasuke would be fine either way. They should just leave him. But Zabuza-sensei. She sighed wistfully. "Okay," she agreed wearily. "Let's go get Sasuke." None of Sakura's team was very good at tracking, but out of the three, Sasuke was by far the best. Without him, Sakura and Naruto were reduced to backtracking as best they could and squinting at the horizon in hopes of spotting their wayward teammate or one of the other teams. "Hey," Naruto said. "How come nobody chased us just now?" Sakura grimaced. "They weren't after San, not anymore," she said. She skidded on a patch of ice, tripped over a branch protruding from the snow, and sent little black flakes flying as she stumbled knee-deep into the snow. She scowled, stepping free and looked a little closer, pivoting in a slow circle. Naruto, oblivious, kept walking. But San was the target. Everyone only attacked us when she was with us. Patches of ice, refrozen after a melt. Branches and twigs, seemingly dark from moisture, actually charred. Sasuke was here, still fighting, but a while ago. Sakura needed a better view. "Naruto," she called after her teammate absently. She stepped up onto the trunk of the nearest tree, running up its length with sure strides. For kilometers around, the forest half evergreen, the other half skeletal was empty aside from her and Naruto, who true to form, was already several hundred meters away and still walking. "Naruto," she called again, loud enough that her voice carried through the trees. He was possibly the least observant person she had ever met, and that included herself. At least Sakura wasn't so busy talking to herself that she didn't notice her teammate wasn't next to her anymore. "Hey!" Sakura grabbed for the tree frantically as she slipped, clutching desperately to the trunk as she peered down at her sensei. Zabuza-sensei scowled up at her, arms crossed. "What the hell are you doing up there by yourself, girl?" he demanded. "Get down here, the exercise is done." Sakura squeezed her eyes shut briefly, took a panicked breath. "Now," Zabuza-sensei snarled. Forcing her fingers to let go of their death grip on the bark, Sakura made her way down the tree slowly. Zabuza-sensei made as if to cuff her on the back of the head, but switched to her shoulder at the last minute, sending her stumbling forward. "What were you thinking, girl? You don't run off by yourself when you're already weak and outnumbered." Sakura felt her shoulders hunching inwards involuntarily. "I don't care." Zabuza-sensei glowered at her. "Where's the loud brat?" He whirled even as Sakura pointed wordlessly, and she followed as Zabuza-sensei stalked after Naruto. Sakura was 100% sure that sensei was not happy. You are all absolute morons who are going to get yourselves killed the minute you step out of this forest. From her spot between Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura snuck a glance at Zabuza-sensei and clutched her hands together beneath her cloak. Sasuke, scowling, discreetly brushed soot off his pants. We finished the mission, Naruto pointed out, crossing his arms and glaring at their sensei. Zabuza sneered. Yeah? Was it worth it, losing your fucking teammate to get a paycheck? Naruto dropped into a sullen silence, but Zabuza-sensei steamrolled on. That Kekkai Genkai is one of the last of its breed. Take a wild guess, what do you think an enemy would do with that? He barked, and jabbed a finger at Sasuke. Ask his cousin. One eye gouged out, his body dissected and experimented on. Uchiha Shisui was at the top of his game. How easily do you think you brats will break? How long do you think it'll be before you face those eyes on the opposite side of the battlefield? Sasuke was glaring beneath his bangs, but Sakura just felt sick. That hunted cast that haunted Shisui-sensei when he talked about his time as a prisoner. She didn't want to watch her teammates like that. I don't have the Sharingan yet, Sasuke muttered spitefully. Zabuza-sensei sneered. They'll just breed you like a mule, then, he snapped. And you? He turned the full force of his glare at Naruto. You wander off without your goddamned concussed teammate when you are already a man down? Great way to make it easier for the other teams to take you out. I didn't, Naruto defended weakly, darting guilty glances at Sakura. That was my mistake, Sakura interjected hurriedly. Zabuza-sensei rolled his eyes. Oh, right, it's both your faults for letting the girl with the brain injury call the shots. If you already know you're weaker than every other team, why the fuck would you split up? You may as well slit your own throats and save everyone the time. You left your strongest member behind without even trying to lose your hunters. We prioritized the mission, Sasuke muttered. I told them to go. San was a spy, said Zabuza-sensei. The mission for Shisui's team was to make contact and retrieve a report, which was hidden in her belongings. Oh. Sakura felt her heart drop. That explained a lot. What about Gaara's team? Naruto asked in an uncharacteristically quiet voice. Zabuza-sensei shrugged. Capture the two with Dojutsu. What should we have done? Sasuke demanded. We can't fight them off or outrun them. There's no way we could have won this. Abort the mission, Zabuza-sensei barked. Yeah, you're Hanaha or whatever, but right now you're also Nukkinen. You have no backup and no village to support you, and you are worth more than any merchant ever will be. Sakura exchanged uneasy glances with Naruto and Sasuke. Fail a mission? Give up? That didn't sound right. Zabuza-sensei fixed them with a narrow-eyed glare. You don't have the luxury of honor or pride. If this was a war zone and you were protecting something or someone a lot more vital, maybe you make a different call. But this, he waved a hand derisively. Pick your battles, brats. And you sure as fuck better come out of them alive. Chapter 9, San very briefly gossips about Kakashi's love life, or lack thereof. For much of her life, San had lived alone in her mother's forest with her wolf siblings. Now, her den was overrun by Kakashi's pack, 2/3 of them pups. San did not mind this overmuch, for all that they were loud and clumsy and scared the Kodama. They were pups after all, still learning to stalk and prowl, and mortals, so they could not see the Kodama. They were just learning to hunt for themselves, but far too soon, they would leave to hunt other ninja. This, San did not understand so much, just as she did not understand so much why her ninja parents had each followed their own orders and killed the other. A territory dispute she understood, but why involve pups? They tripped over themselves and slept like branches and were always hungry. Surely there were battles to be fought when they had grown. But San was not their pack leader, Kakashi was. Kakashi had asked them to fight, and fight they would. San would not sway them. Instead, San would do her best to ensure the pups survived. Carefully, San brushed the shavings off the piece of bone she had carved from a bull moose's rack 2 days prior and molded to her will. Beneath her hands and her blade, the muzzle of a wolf took shape. She folded in her chakra, smoothing it into the mask's smooth surface and letting it sink in as she ran her fingers along the pointed ears, raised muzzle, the cut-out eye holes. With the blessing of her mother, this mask would not fail its bearer. She set it aside with a sigh, arranging it carefully in a row next to the others. Yuuki wound his way into the den behind her, settling down as she leaned back against his bulk. She felt rather than heard the rumbling in his chest as he rested his head on his front paws. "Little wolves, you make them," he noted. 6 now, 1 face, this is. 3 to come, San agreed. Same face. Hide the face this can, but hide the scent you cannot. Fool a hunter once only, he pointed out. We hide who they were, not the one that they are, said San. No need to disguise scent when none will recognize. She lolled her head around to meet Yuuki's eye. And ninjan scent nose is not so strong. Fool a ninjan hunter many times by hiding that which is sensed by the eye. Kakashi ninjan has a keen nose, Yuuki mused. But agree. Pups seem not to smell track, nor rest of the pack. Kakashi is Hatake, reminded San. He is wolf too, like you and I. She felt it in her bones as he hummed agreement. Much strength you use for pups, not yours. His ear flicked backwards briefly towards a distant yell before angling forwards again. Kakashi ninjan's pack, not yours. Soon, they leave. They will not return. This, you know. Yes, said San tiredly. When the new leaves bud full growth, they go. Yuuki swung his muzzle around to nudge at her. Not mourn. Some, fleeting as the spring blossoms, others constant as the seasons. Nothing to do but watch, sometimes. True, San agreed pensively. But the pups are too young for war. A snort. Never old enough for war. This was also true. San lay back against her brother, letting herself relax against his warmth. Will you follow? No, she said. My home is here. San. Small sister. Chia leaned her head into the den. Grow roots, do you, Imuto? You're Imuto who is pack leader, San corrected with a sniff, turning her head into Yuuki's side to hide her smile. Chia chirrupied, eyes dancing. My strong, fierce, small Imuto who is pack leader, she agreed. Want you not to go to the ninjan town today? Sundown come, they fear you more. You, they fear more, San retorted, but slithered to her feet. Ninjan fear what they do not see, and lurk you in the forest outside the town like an onryu. Chia preened. That is so. Quite fearsome, I. Come you, brother mine. Sleep, I. Yuuki yawned, baring sharp teeth. Night patrol, I did, with the small Uhe. Fast, he is. No fun if haunt mother's forest all the time, Chia complained. Wander, some. With pups here. Yuuki snorted. Venture not far, or danger finds them. Chukra sent if we are gone and seals fail may reach the samurai ninjan. Yuuki is right, said San. Reactivate the seals he can. Kakashi's pack cannot. Very well, Chia said. Leave you then, brother mine. You leave, sisters mine, Yuuki agreed sleepily, and rested his head on his paws once again. San padded across the den, picking up her pack from the floor and stepping carefully over her brother's sprawled legs. Bring you things to trade? Asked Chia, swishing her tail back and forth. San hesitated, glancing back around the cave. 3 elk skins, she answered. Left where? Hollow, said Chia. Left, after treat to leather. Ah, said San, taking quick steps to her sister. I remember. She took a handful of Chia's ruff and swung herself up as the wolf crouched down obligingly. The clearing was empty, Kakashi's pack mates and their trios of pups having ventured into different parts of San's territory, but San could hear Ataka's calm voice and the clack of metal on metal coming from the hollow. Silence Black Scorch is teaching his pups long today, Chia noted. Before sunrise, he started, and still here. Teach longer, as time passes, San agreed. San, Kakashi's packmate greeted, turning to greet her. Chia. Behind him, Hinata clashed with Sai, a brace of kunao in the girl's hand and a tonto in the boy's. Gaara sat cross-legged, watching intently with unblinking eyes. Though San knew each of the ninja names for the pups, her wolf brother and wolf sister used only sense names because they cared not for other ninja names too hard to remember, when Kakashi's wolf pack numbered 8 themselves. Sense names were much easier. San tilted her head in greeting, and her sister mirrored her. "We are going to town," said San. "Have you anything you wish us to find for you?" Itaka frowned thoughtfully. "Vegetables, if there are any to be found." "We are depleting your store of onions and potatoes quite rapidly," he said apologetically. "Food is meant to be eaten," San said dismissively. "We will find you vegetations." "Vegetables." "Thank you," said Itake, and if he'd noticed her fumble he made no notice. Chie skirted the play battle to the corner where the meat was buried in snow and the hides hung to cure. San slid off her back, padding to the racks of hides. "River Petal Turtle," she said aloud to her sister, as the wolf tugged an elkskin off the rack. "She fights like metal claws are almost right, yes. Not claws, she needs," said Chie contemplatively. "Used to her paws, but no chakra and claws. Hides, as Turtle named her. Too cautious to be close, but distance helps her not. Claws but not claws," San surmised, rolling the hide into a bundle, with her fire chakra within. Chie hummed agreement, nosing the second hide off the rack. "Not meant for the hunt," her sister noted. "Finds no joy in battle." "She carries the fire still," San disagreed. "Enjoy not, maybe, but born for the hunt." "Wings, she needs, for her paws," Chie suggested, "to raise the flames." "Ninjan have them, named what I know not." San bundled the second hide with a length of twine. "Wings? A fan, the name you seek." "A fan," agreed Chie. "Maybe sharp, but no claws, and chakra within." "Would work well enough," said San thoughtfully, as the two of them rolled the last hide. "A project, for later. Easy enough to mold, I think." "Clever Amuto mine," said Chie affectionately. "Come now, the sun waits for no wolf." San hefted the pelts onto Chie's shoulders, then leapt up lightly behind them. "Run you fast, then," she said. Chie rumbled agreement, whirling on nimble paws and streaking into the caves with her tail streaming out behind her. They burst back out into the snow with a flying leap, and Chie's paws schemed the top lightly as she wove sure-footedly through the trees. One hand buried in Chie's fur, the other clamped firmly on the leathers, San smiled. The icy wind whipped against her bare face, sending her hair flapping out behind her along with her cloak. She moved with her wolf sister's strides as Chie crested a ridge and plunged back downwards, sending sprays of snow in their wake. In the distance, beneath the cover of a patch of pine trees, one of Kakashi's hounds bolted in the opposite direction, back towards the camp, with a package clamped firmly in his jaws sharp Akino of the ice-blue eyes. San had scarce seen Kakashi's entire wolf pack in the same place. The hounds were ever in and out of her mother's forest bearing messages and packages. A sharp yip of greeting, a small figure capered at the top of the next ridge before disappearing down the far side. Chie rumbled her amusement. "Still a pup, that one," she chuckled. "Always a pup, now," murmured San. "Cut far too short, Shiba's first life." "In body, perhaps," retorted Chie. "In mind, only a few more years to still be a pup." "Another pup, Kakashi Wolf will pick up soon." "Kakashi has 8 in his pack already," San pointed out, the words nearly carried away by the wind. "No more Hatake," Chie said gravely. "No others to bring back half-spirit wolves." "He does not, no more wolf-spirited live second lives." "He could find a mate," said San. "He is young enough still, to continue his bloodline." Her sister snorted. "A mate, Kakashi Wolf? Too focused on battle, Kakashi Wolf. Far away from his territory, Kakashi," San reminded. "Hatake, Kakashi Wolf. Mother's blessing, in Mother's forest his territory too, should he wish." Chie skidded down the slope, sliding nimbly around a large bush and coming to a halt next to the road. "But his heart does not allow this wish, "No," San agreed, hopping neatly off her sister's back. She reached back up to tug the hides down with her. "Lurk you in the forest?" she asked, slinging them on top of her pack. "Lurk in the forest, I." Her eyes glinted playfully. San huffed, amused. Scare not too much, she said, and turned towards the town. The ninja startled easily these days, and with her shinobi clan kiba on her forehead and cheeks, the townspeople found her twice fearsome. They did not like shinobi in this country, nor wolves like Yuuki or Chia. She flipped back her hood belatedly, knocking the half-mask off the top of her head. That, too, the ninja were wary of. Nearly half an hour of walking took her to the border of the town. A wagon approached her, and the man driving took one look at her, walking down the center of the road, and jerked his horse to the side to give her a wide berth. San narrowed her eyes at the horse's mouth, then him. To his credit, the man did look slightly guilty and quite panicked, and the horse did not smell fearful nor was there a tang of blood in the air. The horse rolled its eye to the side and sent her a long-suffering look. She turned her head deliberately and stepped into the town. The sun had tipped towards setting, and the houses reverberated with the clanging and banging of the occupants bustling around inside. San followed her nose down the familiar path to the leather worker. His den was large and made of hewn stone, with a heavy wooden door. San pushed it open. Toshiki. A large man, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, dropped his metal scraper and clutched at his heart. San, he said weakly. I didn't hear you come in. San blinked, nonplussed. She'd made noise and everything when she was walking. Ninja could be so insensitive to the world around them sometimes. I have elkskins, she announced, swinging her pack onto the nearest clear surface with a thump. Toshiki may be easily startled, but he was deeply passionate about leather working. He abandoned the pelt goat, it smelled like, but it was hard to tell from all the scents clogging up the air hanging from its rack, wiping his hands on his apron and stumping over to San's counter. He slit the twine on one, throwing it out to its full size on the counter, over the various tools scattered on its surface. This is nice, he said appreciatively, running his hands over its surface. As always. Yes, San agreed. I have 3. 3. The man's eyes lit up excitement, not greed. San rather liked Toshiki leather worker. The usual rate all right. Yes, San confirmed. The man had never tried to trick her the way some of the other townspeople had, when she had come into town for the first time with very little knowledge of ninja trading and money, or tried to drive her away like a mindless beast. Her wolf mother's knowledge had been decades out of date, and she had not so much practice being a ninja yet. Now, though, she let Toshiki slide a stack of ryu to her and heave the skins further into his den. A pleasure, as always, he beamed, shoving his hands in his apron pockets. Planning on sticking around today? No, said San, tucking away the money. I will be gone before nightfall. A little shopping food, cloth first, then I leave. Still no merchants coming through with the snow, Toshiki noted. But if you're fine with the older stuff, Okoro's place is still open. She's got cloth. Thank you, said San, dipping her head. She swung her pack back onto her back. Sightings of shinobi, late. Toshiki frowned absently. Not here, but some of the border towns think they have. The samurai are stepping up patrols. He reached for a pair of gloves absently. Why, little thing like you expecting trouble? San flashed a sly smile. Always, she said, turning towards the door. Toshiki laughed. Come back any time, the leather worker called as she pushed her way back out. The pickings at Okoro's were slim, as warned, but she picked out a bolt of gray-black cloth and tied it to the top of her pack for a handful of ryu. The sun was setting in earnest now, blue skies turned golden yellow-red. San wove her way through the dinner-time crowds to the open-air markets, where the shopkeepers were beginning to pack their products in large boxes for the night. At her usual market, she browsed what remained and collected a bag of carrots, onions, and a large jar of pickled vegetables. Dude, look at her fang tattoos. A small cluster of pups huddled behind her, tailing her as she moved from aisle to aisle with quick glances and whispers too loud to go unheard. San did what one did when faced with curious pups, she ignored them, and instead contemplated a jar of miso. Isn't she a shinobi? Shinobi have tattoos like that. One of the male pups scoffed. Shinobi aren't allowed in Tetsu. The samurai don't like em. So what, said a third. She just has tattoos for fun. Some individuals possess clan markings, as those appear to be, said the oldest. It is not unheard of for them to leave their clan or village. Oh great, is she a rogue shinobi or something? That's pretty dangerous, one said warily. My ma'll kill me if she goes nuts and maims us or whatever. Flesh on flesh, an indignant yelp. Live a little, Kokaku. No. I believe she lives nearby. She has come to this town every month or so since I myself arrived and never seems to have caused trouble of any sort. The oldest, again, ignoring the antics of the younger pups in much the way Zabuza did. Really? I've never seen her before. Her cloak is totally wild. It's like, entirely fur. San resisted the urge to preen a little. It was indeed wild, she'd made it herself, from the first bear she killed, scarce 13 years, and it had taken nearly a full month to finish. She selected a jar of dark miso and swept to the front counter with her chosen items, scattering the pack of pups. Carefully, she counted out the bills for the shopkeeper. A long howl drifted over the clank and bustle of the marketplace, leaving a brief lull in the noise. Sam's head jerked towards the source of the sound. Chia. Urgent. Danger? The pups hushed abruptly. What the hell, one murmured. I need to leave, San snapped curtly, shoveling her food into her pack. Keep the remainder. What? The woman began, but San wasn't listening. She had the pack on her back and was out the door in a flash, sprinting as fast as she dared in a civilian ninja town. She dodged clumps of people in the main streets who peppered her with confused or indignant shouts, then veered down an alley to the nearest edge of the town. She ducked a clothesline, vaulted over 2 different fences, and in one smooth movement, hurdled the boundary wall and hit the ground running on the far side. Once on open land, she let herself dip into her chakra, fueling her limbs as she streaked across the road and into the welcoming shadows of the forest. Chia, she barked. Here, her sister called, and skidded in next to her from the undergrowth. San leapt up to her back easily, and Chia reared around, lunging back in the direction of the camp. What happened? She demanded. Not hurt nor hunted, you. Not I, Chia panted. Brother howled from camp, see Fangblood returned bloody. Kakashi Wolf still gone, Yuuki with Silence Black Scorch and Guriko gone to track his hunters. Hurry, San urged, fingers tightening in her fur, and Chia obliged. Zabuza's blood scent drifted on the wind long before Chia and San reached the caves, hanging heavily among the trees though she could see no spots of crimson scattered in the snow. It's fine. San could hear Zabuza's growl from across the hollow. Chia leapt across the clearing in 3 great bounds, flying past the pups huddled near the fire, and skidded to a stop in their sleeping den. The den San shared with Yuuki and Chia was a true cave, with a larger mouth than the pups' half-underground den, and fur nests on stone floor instead of the stacks of hammock racks the shinobi used. It had become the den borrowed when one of the others sickened or was injured. San did not mind this, though Yuuki liked to grumble. You're not okay. Hold the fuck still, Shisui spat back. Blood stained his arms to the elbows, and he had one knee braced on Zabuza's shoulder and the other pinning the other man's arm to the ground as he held a green glowing hand to the wound ripping through the other's side. Crimson dripped from Zabuza's abdomen to the stone in little pools, and a pile of bloody cloth lay discarded just beyond the pair. I could smell your blood kilometers away, San added, leaving Yuuki behind and padding closer. Shisui. What do you need? To relax, Zabuza snarled around the strip of leather clenched between his teeth. His face, though unnaturally pale, flushed at the edges. He jerked suddenly, eyes rolling up as a convulsion racked his body. San lunged, grabbing him at the shoulder and hip and holding him down as the chakra in Shisui's hand sputtered. Shit, he panted as the shaking subsided. Boiling water, Shisui snapped. There's something in there I can't get out. It's ripping up his intestines. His eyes blazed with the fire shadow wheel of his clan birthright, narrowed in concentration as he concentrated. Clean cloth, if you have it. Hi, San agreed. Chia, water, she called out to her sister, and dug through her pack for the cloth. A shame, perhaps, to use her new cloth for what Shisui intended, but necessary. The blood scent smothered the air in the cave and something else. She tilted her head up and inhaled deliberately, much more deeply than the shallow breaths she'd taken since entering the den. "Poison," she said aloud, slashing out strips of cloth. "I feel it," Shisui answered calmly. His hands continued their work steadily despite the veins and cord muscle that stood out harshly on his arms. "I'm not good enough to extract it. Probably water hemlock." "I'm immune," Zabuza grunted. "Mostly. Not with your intestines shredded and more blood outside than inside your body, you're not," Shisui shot back. "Stop talking, you're distracting me." Chie ducked back into the cave, a steaming pot swinging gently between her jaws. Shisui glanced up. "Thank you, Chie. San, could you come put pressure on this? He's losing too much blood." Chie set the water down and retreated to the edge of the cave. San traded spots with Shisui, pressing down firmly on the wound despite Zabuza's pained wheeze. "You are supposed to be the hunter," she informed him reprovingly, "not the prey." He glared at her balefully. "I wasn't the prey," he snarled. Shisui spat a ball of fire at the ground under pot of water until it glowed faintly. "Shut up," he snapped, dropping a strip of cloth into the pot. "Or so help me gods, I'll knock you out and let the kids practice Iryo ninjutsu on you." Zabuza's glower promised death. San thought perhaps it was okay to let him talk if it distracted him from the pain. His bite was far worse than his bark, after all, and as long as he barked she did not need to worry about his bite. Shisui approached, a pair of senbon in hand. "Hold him down, San," he directed. "Z, don't move." San obligingly shifted over to lean across Zabuza's shoulders as Shisui took her position at his side. Curiously, she watched as he peeled back the cloth, setting it absently further up on his chest, and angled the senbon down. "Ah, fuck." Zabuza yelped as Shisui jabbed the needle in, and San pressed down harder as his shoulder muscles tensed with the effort to hold still. "Kami, Konoha, you learned that at the butcher's." "From Tsunade-sama, so yeah," Shisui said dryly, doing something complicated and wiggly in Zabuza's abdomen that made the man's face turn white. "Ah, shit." "What do you mean, shit?" Zabuza demanded. "It's fine," Shisui began. "Don't say shit like shit when you're fucking around in my organs. This wouldn't be a problem if you hadn't gotten yourself half killed in the first place," Shisui groused. "Didn't I tell you to shut up?" San watched with interest as Shisui pried something dark and bloody out of Zabuza's innards, prompting a new gush of blood, and dropped it on the cloth. "Blade?" she asked curiously. "Looks like a piece of shuriken," answered Shisui absently. "It broke, and now there's a bunch of shrapnel in this idiot's intestines." "Fuck you," Zabuza snarled. "This is going to take longer than I thought," Shisui muttered, ignoring the other man. "I'm going to heal this a bit so you don't bleed out before I take out the rest." San leaned forward a little as Shisui called up the green chakra again. Slowly but surely, he stemmed the flow of blood to a trickle. "Shit," Zabuza gasped. "I hold him." Shisui barked as another seizure stole the rest of the words from his mouth and Zabuza's body bucked violently. San lost her grip on his wrist and the back of his hand hit her square in the eye. She reeled back before pouncing back on him, shaking her head from side to side to chase away the pain. "My bad," Zabuza grunted, as the shaking subsided. "It is the poison," San replied, blinking rapidly. "Activated charcoal," Shisui muttered. "He needs it. Now." "Chie." His hands had a fine tremble. Chie shoved her head back into the den, eyeing Zabuza interestedly. "Not look well, see fang blood," she noted. "Chie, could you grab the med pack from behind my rack," said Shisui distractedly. "It's kind of small, squarish, I keep it in the back so it doesn't get stepped on." "Look the same, all ninja things," muttered Chie. "What smell it?" "What does it smell of?" San translated. The chakra flickered out of Shisui's hand. He squeezed his eye shut. When he opened it, his eye was gray-brown-black instead of red. "Alcohol, ginger, willow, yarrow, cloth, coal. Burn drink, yellow beetroot, waterfall leaf tree bark, firewood burn black," she told her sister, because she did not know what yarrow was and all cloth smelled different. Chia whirled in a flash of fur and vanished. San eyed Shisui, whose already fair complexion seemed much paler than it had when she first entered the cave. "Shisui. Take care," she said. "None to help if you collapse." "Yeah, cool it, Konoha," Zabuza growled. "It's not gonna fucking kill me." "You know," Shisui snapped, "Orochimaru was at least trying to keep you alive. He put in more effort than you ever did. Will you fucking quit it with your fucking lectures?" "You do not look well," San told Shisui pointedly. "You look chakra tired." "My control isn't great," Shisui admitted. "I'm burning 20 times the chakra I'm using." Chie slipped back in. "Many smell like burn drink and burn black," she commented, dropping the pack at San's feet, "but only one like yellow beetroot." Shisui lunged for the bag. "Open your mouth," he ordered Zabuza over his shoulder as he dumped the contents across the floor. Zabuza turned his head to spit out the leather strip. "That's fucking charcoal," he objected as Shisui advanced on him. "What did you think activated charcoal was?" Shisui shot back. "Some fire country hick name for a plant." Zabuza sputtered. "Your immune system is shot and this will absorb whatever poison was on that shuriken," the teen said grimly. "Open your damn mouth." Zabuza did, probably to complain, and Shisui dumped the entirety of the bag of charcoal in his mouth and slapped a hand over his mouth and nose as the other man choked. "Swallow," he ordered. "This will help?" San asked dubiously. "Yes," Shisui said firmly, letting go of Zabuza, who gagged and coughed up a cloud of fine black powder. San leaned away delicately. "I will get him some water," she said. She did not want to breathe that in. "Holy fucking shit." Zabuza spat between coughs. San brought a bottle of water to his mouth and he drank greedily. Shisui shuffled back to the wound in Zabuza's side and picked up the senbon again. "Care," said San, as his hand wavered. "I just need to get one more piece out," he insisted, and slowly, laboriously, his eye swirled red once again. "It's right up against his kidney. He moves the wrong way and he loses the whole thing. Again. He fought and ran and now he shakes," San pointed out. "Would it not keep?" "That's probably what's pushed it in so deep," Shisui muttered, narrowing his eye in concentration. "It'd be nice if the seizures would stop," he added pointedly. "The fuck you want me to do, Konoha, die?" San squinted, but her night vision was not so good and she could barely make out what Shisui was doing. "Can you see?" she asked dubiously. Orange rays filtered in weakly from the outside, just enough to give the cave a dim glow. This eye lets me see extreme detail and chakra," Shisui explained, working the senbon carefully. "I can see the chakra of his cells and where they aren't is where the shrapnel is." "Kakashi Wolf," Chie rumbled from the entrance. San lifted her nose to scent the air but couldn't smell anything besides Zabuza's blood scent. The familiar chakra pulsed once, briefly, and Kakashi himself appeared not 10 seconds later, silhouetted against the light for a brief moment before ducking into San's den with them. "Satrap," he said, without preamble. Zabuza began. "Not you," Kakashi cut him off. "You bled all over San's forest. How the hell you have any left I have no idea." "Shisui, report." "Multiple lacerations, upper torso. Punctured intestine due to penetrating trauma. Multiple foreign objects lodged in stomach wall and intestines, likely shrapnel from a shattered shuriken," Shisui rattled off without taking his focus away from what his hands were doing. "Seizures, tachycardia, pallor, and cramping due to acute poisoning, poison unknown. Severe blood loss. I've removed a piece of shrapnel near the liver, temporarily clotted the largest laceration, and am now working to extract another piece near the left kidney. And he shoved burnt shit down my throat." Zabuza interjected. "And I applied activated charcoal to combat the poisoning," Shisui added. Kakashi nodded once, sharply. "What do you need me to do?" "Extract as much shrapnel as possible," said Shisui, drawing back the senbon carefully. A small, dark chip clung to the tip delicately. His chakra failed halfway, and it dropped onto Zabuza's bare stomach. Shisui closed his eye, exhaling shakily, and when it opened again it was dark. "This is my limit," he said, brushing the metal onto the cloth with the other piece of shrapnel. "Take he's not bleeding badly anymore, but if you could close up the cuts in his intestine I think that's best. How many pieces? Point out the shrapnel to me, said Kakashi, peeling off his half-gloves and reaching for the burn drink cleaner. This Sharingan saps too much chakra, it'll take too long for me to find them all myself. He shoved his headband up and opened his eye, leaning over next to Shisui. 7, Shisui replied, and painstakingly, his eye swirled fire shadow wheel red once again. 1 more in the intestinal tract, he pointed with the senbon, and 6 in the abdominal wall. He used the needle to shift what San presumed were the Zabuza's intestines out of the way. Here, 2 here, and here. Acknowledged. Take a break, Kakashi said crisply, accepting the senbon. Shisui's eye blinked black almost immediately, and he leaned back wearily. I stay? San inquired. Kakashi spared her a flicker of a glance. Yes. I may need you still. Shisui, he said, when the other hovered uncertainly behind him. Get out of here, get cleaned up. I'll call you if you're needed. Hi, Shisui agreed reluctantly, and half-walked, half-staggered his way out of San's den. No anesthetic. Kakashi muttered. The green glow of healing chakra gathered at his free hand as he prodded at the gash in the intestine. Slowly, it sealed from the outer edges until all that was left was a pale line. The fucking hell do you think I am, Zabuza snarked, a civilian? Save it for when the brats brain themselves. It's not about your pain tolerance, Kakashi said dryly. It's so you don't flinch and stab your own guts again. His hands worked quickly and efficiently with the senbon as his eye narrowed in concentration. A third piece of shrapnel joined the first 2. Shisui wished for speed, San offered. Zabuza has moved much already. Said Kakashi. Do you have anything to soak up the blood with? The moon was high by the time Kakashi sat back. He had long since reverted to his natural eye, covering the glow of the fire shadow wheel, and Shisui had tagged in and back out twice to give him a break. Zabuza's side bore a line of San's somewhat crooked stitches, since she was otherwise rested and able to do the sutures while the others were fatigued from the Iryo ninjutsu, but he was otherwise intact. It is not so different, sewing a person and sewing a cloth, she had said, and Kakashi looked at her gravely and told her that it was a slippery slope, which San did not understand so much. San believed Zabuza had passed out somewhere near the removal of the 4th from last piece of shrapnel. San, is it alright if we leave him here? Kakashi asked. San eyed him keenly, noting the stiffness in his posture and bloodlessness of his face. Yes, she answered. Only, I clean up blood first. Hard to breathe with it in the air. It will take longer to recover. Not you, she added sharply when he reached for the pile of bloodied cloth. Chakra tired, you too. Sleep now, or none with chakra healing to help if he worsens. Thanks, San, said Shisui with an attempt at a smile that looked more like a grimace. Kakashi merely nodded before leading the way out of the den. Chie slipped back in as they filed out, snuffling curiously at Zabuza's side as San mopped up the rest of the blood with the old cloth. Smells better, she noted. Fire would burn black fix him. Eats the poison, San explained. Watch him, you. Wash these, I. Watch him, I, Chie agreed, sprawling comfortably on her flank next to him. She rested her nose delicately on her paws. Much quieter asleep now, this one. True for all that, retorted San, and carried the cloth out of the den. The pups had learned not to make tracks in the snow, but tonight they had nonetheless, a deep packed trail from the cooking fire to their den. All save one slept now, the eldest, with the yellow sandhare who watched over the rest keen-eyed as though she were a mother wolf herself instead of a scant few years older. Windbladewing, San's brother and sister, named her, for her grace and ferocity and fierce love of her wind in even mock battle. She descended now from her watch perch, and San stopped to let her come. How is Zabuza-sensei? She asked quietly, tucking her hands beneath her cloak. Shisui-sensei and the captain seemed exhausted. I didn't want to bother them. Sleeping, are they? San inquired, and the girl nodded. Zabuza as well. Not much use tomorrow, but sewed him tonight. Temari hesitated, the shadow of a frown furrowing her forehead. He's okay? It looked serious. Serious, San agreed. Shisui and Kakashi drained their chakra to fix him. Not much use any of them, tomorrow. Oh, said Temari, relaxing. Okay. Thank you. San inclined her head and watched her curiously, but she seemed to not want anything more. I will go now, she said, and lifted her bundle to show her the cloth. Oh. Do you? She hesitated. No, said San firmly. I do not require help. Return to your watch. Temari nodded, and San watched her go, amused. A strong sense of duty, that one. A guardian's spirit. She shook the thoughts out of her head, she had much to do. She moved onwards. San was roused from a light doze by the scent of fresh snow and the shuffle of her brother's paws. Yuuki, she greeted sleepily, and a cold nose shoved affectionately into her face. How go it? She murmured, reaching up to tug her fingers through his fur. It was cold and touched with damp, remnants of a long run through the snow. No hunters, Yuuki rumbled. Traced back to the battle site, silence. Black Scorch and I hid the trail, but no interest, of yet. He lowered his body carefully into the furs of their nest until he and Chie bracketed San on either side. See, Fang blood smells better. San lifted her head, leaning over Yuuki's shoulders to examine the shinobi in the light of dawn filtering into the den. Looks better too, she noted. More blood, when little he had before. Gone, poison smell, her brother agreed. Live another day, this ninjan. San swatted at him half-heartedly. Sound not disappointed, you, she scolded. Not, he retorted, rearing his head back in affront. Though, fill this den with his blood scent, he did. True, Chie yawned from behind her. Will take a moon to fade. San sniffed. They did have a point. On guard, any. A pup, Yuuki answered, pillowing his head on his forepaws and letting his eyes drift closed. What name? She River Petal Turtle. Amused, San huffed. Name she Hinata, she corrected, but name you her River Petal Turtle. Flows like river, delicate like petal, cautious like turtle, he retorted. I know not a name more fitting for one like she. Much noise you make for one who sleeps, Chie complained. Done sleeping, I visit River Petal Turtle now. Come you, small sister. Agreed San, throwing herself childishly at her sister instead. Sleep, Yuuki grumbled. Always sleep you when awake we are, Chie complained. Sleep a little, only, Yuuki huffed. Wake at midday, today. Ran all night. He growled, baring his fangs as Chie nipped at his tail before dancing away. Leave him be, San chided as Chie whirled towards the entrance of the den. Ran much, he did. Slept much, you did. Yuuki, if he wakes, howl us. Her brother huffed in response, tucking into a tighter curl. If he wakes, if I wake, I howl. San rather liked the golden time when the sun was just peeking over the trees, sending brightness sparkling off the white snow until the light ricocheted everywhere and set the world afire. The pups, however, quite liked to sleep past this time. Hinata normally would be no different, but this morning she perched at the favored watch perch of Kakashi's pack, high up on the cliff wall. Chie leapt up the cliff wall in a couple graceful bounds and perched just on the edge of the girl's ledge. Hinata smiled hesitantly, looking as if she wanted nothing more than to back away from them. Hello, small pup, Chie waffed cheerfully, flicking her ears. Good morning, greeted Hinata, forehead crinkling as she regarded them bemusedly. It is morning, San agreed. Long watch. Not T2L long, she replied politely. N Naruto-kun W was on G-guard B before me. Naruto. Chie parroted, the syllables awkward in her mouth. Loud Sun Fox, San explained. Hinata watched their exchange curiously. You saw Itaki and Yuuki return, no? San asked her. And Guriko, she added. Hi, Hinata replied, shoulders hunching a little. They traveled through the forest and near the trade town and he entered the territory at the northeastern B border. Very far, to see, commented San, impressed. For some reason, she ducked her head even further, in mimicry of Yuuki's turtle name for her. Thank you, she stuttered. San frowned at her, concerned. This only becomes harder, she warned. Not all as fortunate as your Zabuza-sensei, to be able to run so far to a safe place after such an injury. Your sensei will expect you to fight longer, harder. You will see more terrible wounds, maybe receive. Impossibly, it was this that prompted the girl to raise her head. I am prepared, she said, earnestly meeting San's eyes for the first time. San tilted her head, considering. Young, maybe, but these eyes had seen the darkness in the world. I only wish I were as stronger. L like to marry San. You will need strength in the time to come, San agreed. But your strength need not be, she hesitated, fishing for the words. Strength, she finished awkwardly, grimacing. Hinata frowned. I do and not you understand, she admitted, voice small. San paused, gathering her thoughts. Niji sees for Temari and Haku, she said. Haku moves for Niji and Temari. Temari pushes back the target for Haku and Niji. But if all can push and none can see or move, what use is it? You do not need Temari's wine to be strong. You need not crush. Gaara does that. You need not carry, Sai does that. You need only find, because Gaara and Sai could not do this as quick or as well as you. Hinata bit her lip. I know. You are strong already, San told her. And perhaps later you will find something at which you are even stronger. You need only a will and a reason to learn. I have a reason, said Hinata, face set resolutely. I will protect my friends. Good, San said, pleased. Go you on, then. Chia and I should like this watch. Good with pups, you, Chia noted, shifting more fully onto the ledge as the girl hurried her way down to join the pack of pups gradually spilling from their den. I like pups. Just like you and Yuuki, San hummed, amused, only need a little extra attention. Chia growled playfully and shook her pelt out, and San had to grab handfuls of her ruff or be thrown off the side of the cliff. Not so, she sniffed. No attention at all, you watch. Joke, San insisted, reaching up to flick her sister's ears. Much more attention than the pups. Chia rolled on her side, and San leapt up the cliff wall before she was squashed under the big wolf's bulk. You will stop your lies, Chia demanded, baring her teeth playfully. No lie, San purred. Need not cuddle, pups. Chia sniffed haughtily, sprawling back on her ledge. Important for pack bonding, that, she said prissily. Close enough as pack, pups, said San, dropping back down on her sister's back. Been through much. Not enough, Chia said grimly. Not for war. In the end, they did not need Yuuki's howl because Zabuza's was loud enough. Fuck. The pack of pups scattered like startled starlings. Shisui stumbled out of his pack's sleeping den, Kakashi on his heels. Yuuki emerged from theirs, ears flat against his head and eyes slit in annoyance. Not enough sleep, Chia noted, amused, and slithered languidly down the rock face. Up to the watch ledge, she called to their brother. Sleep more there, in the sun. Yuuki grumbled in agreement, and eyes half closed, pounced his way up. San slid down from Chia's back and followed Shisui and Kakashi into her den. You are chakra tired, still, she told the two pointedly. Just checking on him, assured Shisui. I'm asleep again. Right after this. He peeled back the bandages on Zabuza's abdomen. I'm fucking fine, groaned Zabuza. Just didn't expect to see those giant fucking fangs first thing. You pulled your stitches, Shisui scolded, picking at the loose threads. Fuck you, Zabuza growled, and then, I know. Kakashi leaned over. No smell of rot, he noted. No sign of infection, that's good. Thank the gods, Shisui muttered. Kami knows this was the least sterile environment we could possibly manage. No offense, San. San shrugged indifferently. I can sew the stitches again, she offered. Shisui looked at her askance, possibly because of her person sewing comments the first time around, but Kakashi nodded. Thank you, San. Mamakai, if you're alert, I need your report. I'm alert, Zabuza grunted. I'm going to get the kids started on training, Shisui yawned. And then sleep for another 3 hours. Later, San. Teiko. He snapped off a half-lazy salute at Kakashi and wandered back out. San picked through the supplies for the needle and thread. She had put everything back into Shisui's medical pack, but she had not known how to organize it, so it was merely a glorified bucket at the moment. Packets of dried herbs warred with rolls of bandages and tubes of unknown liquids for space. She wrinkled her nose and fished out a roll of bandages with the suturing supplies. I was on contract, out of the mercenary missions office in Tsumago, Zabuza began, and San could see him eyeing her suspiciously out of the corner of his eye. Took a mission from Yasuo Yoshida. Kakashi frowned. A minor lord in Rice, he commented. Yeah, agreed Zabuza. Some kind of antique collector. Wanted a piece of jewelry stolen from a merchant who refused to sell it to him. Merchant hired a Chiryunin squad from IWA to guard his things as he moved around Taki, so he wanted to hire a Jounin. Too, actually, but he didn't want to shell out for it. Bunch of Chiryunin, piece of cake. He grimaced. Only, someone else hired a different Nukenin to gank the merchant. No big deal, I wait till he's actively trying to kill the guy and go in while the Chiryunin are distracted, but it turned out this Nukenin just robbed an outpost in Kiri and the Hunternin were after him. The IWA squad called for backup and the entire thing became a giant clusterfuck mess. Did they identify you? Did they? I've got one of Kiri's 7 famous swords, Hata sir, of course they recognized me. You can stop calling me that, said Kakashi, a pained look on what was visible of his face. No need to hurt yourself. Zabuza's eyes glinted. You going to make me? San stuck the needle in his side. Sorry, she said when he twitched. Your pack is quite odd, Kakashi. Shove it, wolf girl, growled Zabuza. Continue, Kakashi directed. I took down one Chiryunin, other Nukenin took down another before the Hunternin squad arrived. IWA squad retreated. 4 Kiri Hunternin, good enough at maneuvering in a silent mist, killed the other Nukenin, and managed to put aside their differences with the squad of IWA Umbu that showed up until I was dead. His derisive tone showed just what he thought about that. I didn't want to leave any able to follow me, Zabuza continued, so I fought. Damn near killed them all. Took the rest on a run through Kusa. He paused, frowned. Completed the mission, too, he added. Box in my pack. Someone better turn it in, deadline's tomorrow at sunset. Right, said Kakashi slowly. Itaka backtracked to the ambush site. The merchant made it out alive, but IWA and Kiri both took heavy losses. Looks like both sides just wanted to clean up, because they cleared their people out and didn't seem too keen on hunting you down. Didn't want to lose any more shinobi. Zabuza bared his teeth in a grin. Kiri's about to be real short on M. Done, San announced, slicing the thread with a kunao. She handed Kakashi the roll of bandages, and Zabuza hauled himself upright into a sitting position so he could wrap his abdomen. You're fine, Kakashi said. Move back to your bunk if you can without ruining the stitches again. I'll send someone to finish the mission. He handed the leftover bandages back to San and stood. Zabuza grunted. I might have gotten a hold something else too, he added, his voice smug and just a little guilty. Kakashi paused in the entrance. What did you steal? He asked, resigned. You know that blonde brat that Shisui has? The girl. Zabuza hedged, and how I keep saying she just needs something to bludgeon shit with? Well, he said, as Kakashi nodded warily, one of the Chiryunin on the IWA squad was from the Senpyu clan and had something he kept swinging around carelessly, so I took it. Mamakai, interrupted Kakashi deliberately. Did you steal an heirloom battle fan from the Senpyu clan heir and kill him? Zabuza paused. The heir? I don't know, he looked pretty wimpy, but his futon weren't bad. Fuck, fine, he conceded, when Kakashi narrowed his eye. I stole a battle fan which I did not know was an heirloom, but I didn't kill the guy. He's one of the ones that ran for help. I probably shouldn't have let him do that, he reflected, frowning, then caught sight of Kakashi's face again. Or I should have. Not killing him was a good move, said Kakashi. The Senpyu are notorious for their blood feuds. Good, said Zabuza. Great. So, just give that thing to the girl and she can figure it out. Kakashi looked blank as usual, but San could tell he desperately wanted to strangle Zabuza, bash his own head open on the rocks, or take a nap and forget about everything. This will not happen again, he warned Zabuza, and walked out. You're fucking welcome, Zabuza muttered under his breath. He made to stand up and stopped short, glaring down at his bandaged side. Help me up, wolf girl, I'm out of here. Before Kakashi's pack, San and her siblings had lived a comfortable, slow life in their mother's forest. There was no threat except for the humans that ventured into their woods every so often, intent on killing a trophy, but were summarily chased off with no great effort. Instead their days were regularly filled with mock fighting, teasing the Kadama, roaming the edges of their territory, and gathering supplies when necessary. They did not want for anything, nor did they fear attack. With the pups, however, a curl of protective instincts took root in San's stomach and would not budge, and Chie and Yuuki humored her antics with amused tolerance. There were a great many things to do, with Kakashi's pack taking up residence in their forest. There were creatures to hunt and furs to gather for the pups to line their beds, masks to carve and knives to whittle. She could teach them to strip entire carcasses of everything useful and cure a hide. She could watch Kakashi's pack teach the pups hunting techniques and hiding techniques and shinobi techniques. Today, Shisui had all 9 pups gathered in the hollow with him as he sat cross-legged atop the snow, explaining something very earnestly and gesturing animatedly with both hands. The pups arrayed themselves in a semicircle around him, varying from intent, to merry, to hesitant, Hinata, to thoroughly distracted, Naruto. San propped herself up on Yuuki's head, far above the hollow on the lip of the cliff, and watched. Go you not down to watch, rumbled Yuuki, peering down into the hollow with interest. Go you not down. San retorted. Go I with you, if you do. Yuuki heaved an aggravated sigh. Very well, he said grumpily, but his tail swished to betray his anticipation. Up here, cannot hear, from the wind. Flicker smoke shadow very interesting, teaching. Instead of wandering back around through the caves, he leaned over the side of the cliff and placed an experimental paw on the face of the rock. San shuffled back onto his shoulders as he padded down into the hollow. Shisui saw them coming. He could not avoid it, since Yuuki was rather large and stood out despite his white coat blending in with the snow. He nodded to them once, absently, before returning his eyes to pups as they reshuffled, standing now in haphazard groups. Niji-kun farmer's son, rebellious, picks fights with other kids, he said, as Yuuki sidled up next to him. The pups paid them no mind. San liked to watch their practices, so this was nothing new to them. Niji stepped forward, hesitated, and dropped his cloak to the side to the chorus of "Oh" from the younger pups. He roughed up his hair, hunched, and gave his best glare. San was reminded of the geese who stood guard over their nests in spring and threatened to bite any who ventured near. Good, said Shisui, drumming his fingers on the side of his face thoughtfully. But try to look sullen and not aggressive. Let's have you walk to the river and back. Shinobi were truly strange creatures. Niji normally walked gracefully on light feet, upright but ready to weather what came. Now, he plowed heavily through the snow, flat-footed, his head bobbing like a duck's with every step. Ninjin, murmured Yuuki, pure bafflement in his tone. Why not prowl when one can prowl? He shuffled a little in the snow, tamping it down so he could lie in it more comfortably. Anger leap bird stalks well enough. To prowl, to not prowl, mused San. Shinobi teach both. Play at helplessness, like when you want Chie hunt you dinner and you not help. This much though. She shook her head. This I understand not. All right, said Shisui, even as Yuuki hummed agreement. I'm a police officer, and I've just caught you skulking around somewhere off limits. A nobleman's estate. I ask you, what's your name? Niji hesitated for a heartbeat. Hiro, he said, surly. Common name, good, said Shisui. What are you doing here, Hiro? He shrugged. I dunno, he said stiffly. Wrong, Shisui shot back. That makes you look suspicious. It'll get you detained, and you don't want any closer scrutiny. Try again. Niji frowned, a quicksilver slip, and settled back into his slouch. I was bored, he drawled. The gate was open, so I entered to look. Watch your word choice. You're supposed to be a farmer's kid, not much education, Shisui warned, but that was better. The biggest thing here is to remember who you're supposed to be. Don't drop character, ever, even if you think you're made. He surveyed the rest of the kids, choosing and discarding on some unknown criteria. Naruto-kun, want to give it a shot? Yeah. Naruto agreed enthusiastically. Can I be a samurai? Oh, can I be a daimyo? No, said Shisui patiently, as San hid a smile and Sakura slapped a hand to her eyes behind him. The point of this is to fade into the background so you're less conspicuous. If you pretend to be a samurai or a daimyo, there's a bigger chance someone will know you're lying. He paused, and eyed Naruto, who had gone from sulky to bewildered, his face nearly screwed up on itself. Yes. What's conspecialist? Conspicuous means obvious. Like you stick out. Shisui was, San noted with amusement, 100 times more patient than Zabuza was. Zabuza probably would have ignored him entirely or snarled something uncomplimentary and made him do push-ups. Okay, you're an apprentice blacksmith. You don't talk much but you're strong and polite. Got it. Yeah. Naruto enthused, then caught Shisui's pointed look. He puffed up his chest, swung his arms loose at his side, and strutted through the snow with his skinny rear sticking out. Need help with that? He asked an imaginary passerby with a comically deep voice. Shisui blinked once, slow and exasperated, as the rest of the pups stifled giggles. Naruto, he began, then stopped, and closed his eyes again. You're trying to hide, not stand out more, he said, long-suffering. Don't arch your back, stand up straight. If you're doing this in the field, make sure you only offer help to someone if it would help you build your cover. Don't adopt a mannerism that would make you stand out. No kid has a voice that deep. Naruto pouted, folding his arms across his chest. This is stupid, he declared. No one even knows what I sound like. Why can't I just be me and dress up like apprentice blacksmith? Ow, he yelped, as Sakura smacked the back of his head. Idiot, grumbled Sasuke. Did you not listen to Shisui-sensei's lecture? Demanded Neji. He covered it in great detail. The point of adopting an entirely different identity is both so nobody recognizes you, and so that when the mission's over, nobody remembers you outside that identity, said Shisui patiently. You're a shinobi, so that puts a target on your back. As an apprentice blacksmith, you can be expected to go places other people can't, and even places where they don't want shinobi to go. He paused, eyeing Naruto suspiciously. I don't need to go over why you need to make sure nobody recognizes you, right? Stifled groans from the pups. Gaara narrowed his eyes dangerously. No, Naruto sulked. Because everyone wants to kill all my friends and there's too many to fight them all off. Okay, we'll go with that, said Shisui, with a half grimace. San snorted. Try it again, but imagine you're in a town to back up a different team, so you're laying low. Naruto huffed. Apprentice blacksmith, okay. He screwed his face up. This time, his movements were less jerky as he strode through the snow. He gave Shisui a mostly serious nod. Better, Shisui said approvingly. Better. Yuuki huffed in disbelief. Looks the same, smells the same, how a disguise is this? Practice moving only, San scolded, tugging at his ear. Disguise later. Hush. All right, same deal as Neji, Shisui said over their muttered conversation. I'm a police officer who found you in a nobleman's estate. Hey. You there? Naruto turned, glanced back at Shisui, and kept walking at the same pace. That's not a good move if you can tell they're addressing you, Shisui warned. You look more suspicious. He changed his tone again. What do you think you're doing in here? I'm here for the horseshoes, said Naruto, voice pitched low but nowhere near as deep as the first time he'd tried. Good, but try again. Just a little more detail, next time. Why are you looking for the horseshoes? I'm here for the broken horseshoes, Naruto amended. I was told to pick them up here. To repair, he added, when Shisui opened his mouth again. Later. And he glared at Sasuke when he snorted. Okay, said Shisui. That's fine, Naruto-kun. We'll work on delivery later. He clapped his hands together. Next, let's have, he eyed the pups thoughtfully, as San and Yuuki did the same behind him. How about Hinata-chan? The girl twitched, but Temari gave her an encouraging pat on the shoulder, and carefully, Hinata edged forward. She twisted her hands in front of her anxiously, bunching in the folds of her cloak until she caught Niji's glare and let go abruptly. There's no pressure, Shisui said kindly. Just do your best. Hi, Hinata whispered. Shisui paused, considering her carefully. Hinata-chan, you're a wealthy merchant's daughter who dreams of marrying into nobility. You believe you deserve be treated as nobility and you don't tolerate perceived disrespect. Hinata's shoulders hunched, and her eyes darted towards the other pups. Ano, I. Take your time, Shisui encouraged. Forget about everyone else. Just think about who you're supposed to be. What are you feeling? What are you proud of? What makes you happy, or sad, or angry? Hinata closed her eyes as he spoke. Gradually, her breathing evened out, and she straightened out of her hunch and she lifted her chin. Her hands fell to her sides, easy and natural, and she shifted her weight, pulling her shoulders back. Yuuki sat up to get a better look. San felt her eyebrows rising, and she leaned forward almost unconsciously. Something had happened in the girl, something had changed. The shuffling of shinobi pups stilled. Again, said Shisui, in the same calm voice, I'm a police officer who has found you on a nobleman's property. He pitched his voice deeper. Hey, you there. You can't be in here. Hinata opened her eyes and stared straight at Shisui. Her eyes were cold and narrowed, and her mouth twisted into a little sneer. Who are you to tell me what to do? San jerked back in shock. Haku blinked. Niji's mouth actually dropped open as Sai frowned thoughtfully. Sakura and Naruto exchanged wide-eyed glances, the former disbelieving and the latter gleeful. Gaara's head tilted curiously, and Temari's hand froze mid-stroke through her brother's hair. What the actual fuck, said Sasuke into the stunned silence. Watch your language, you little monster, scolded Shisui without heat. Like everyone else, his attention was on Hinata, studying her posture, her poise, her unwavering glare. I'm with the police, he addressed her directly, and you're trespassing on private property. The girl sniffed, flipping back her hair with a toss of her hair. If it were private, then you should have kept the gate closed, she retorted, and flounced off through the snow. Another heartbeat of complete silence as Hinata stopped just at the river's edge. Hinata-chan, Shisui said at last. That was totally awesome. Naruto roared, throwing up snow in both hands in his enthusiasm. That was the coolest thing ever. You just and he waved his hands helplessly. Beside him, Sakura nodded dumbly. Incredible, Shisui finished, ignoring the ranting pup. He stared still at Hinata, a strange expression on his face, as though she were a puzzle he was just now putting together. Hinata turned around, stepping back up on top of the snow, face pink, and shoulders slowly climbing back up to her head. There was nothing remaining of what had just happened, who she had become. Thank you, she murmured, looking as if she wanted nothing more than to sink back into the snow and hide from the attention. That which hides but changes its shape to enter where it is not permitted. Clever girl, San noted, leaning back against her brother. A turtle, yes, but something else as well. A snake. She rolled the words around in her head, testing. Genbu, Guardian of the North. 9 heads swiveled towards San curiously, and she realized she'd said it in the ninja tongue. Genbu, Temari repeated, eyes drifting back towards Hinata thoughtfully. That sounds familiar. San frowned and looked to Shisui, who shrugged good-naturedly and waved at her to go ahead. He is one of the 4 great guardian spirits. Genbu is the Dark Warrior, Guardian of the North, she explained, he who guards the virtue of knowledge, enshrouded in darkness and shadow. He is both a turtle and a snake at once, and he reigns over winter. He represents longevity and intelligence. There was something unspoken happening in the pack of pups, the same wordless communication and meaningful looks and micro-expressions that San and her siblings used, and even Naruto was quiet. Byakko, the white tiger, is the guardian of the West, she continued. He rules the battlefield and the wind, and courage is his mantle. He is the protector, the bringer of autumn. Suzaku, guardian of the south, is the vermilion bird. She is summer, heat, and fire, ruler of all that flies. Seiryu, the azure dragon, he who safeguards the east. He is blue and green and spring and ferocity, and his dominion is authority. There was another pause when San finished as the pups shot each other glances that varied from curious to blank to proprietary. Dibs on Seiryu, Suzuki said quickly. Nope, Temari fired back. Weren't you the one so proud of your fire nature? Temari nay, you're the one who's super proud that she can fly now. Naruto shrilled. I just started learning 2 hours ago, and Sai can fly too, she pointed out. And you don't see us going after Genbu because of Haku's Kekii Genkai. None other are as clearly suited for Genbu as we are, said Sai, folding his arms across his chest. His normally blank face was challenging now as he stood between Gaara faintly predatory and Hinata, peeking timidly at the others, a faint blush high on her cheeks. Shisui met San's puzzled stare over the heads of the pups, his own eyes fond and exasperated. My fault, he said wryly. I told them to pick team names earlier. The sun spent more time in the sky above the trees, these days, and the frozen rivers swelled and crackled before bursting forth in showers of icy water. San watched one such event as it happened, bracketed on either side by Yuuki and Chie and with golden-coated Shiba sprawled at her feet. Snow melt begins, she said unnecessarily, and turned away from the omen. There was much to do before the snow vanished completely, and not enough time to mourn what it meant. The camp was empty when they returned. It was no longer unusual, but San felt a strange pang of wrongness, not seeing the pups dogpiled around the fire. There was only Shisui, drumming his heels absently atop the watch ledge. She peeled off from her siblings and Shiba as they wandered to their den, where Akino and Yuhei lay sunning themselves in the dying rays, and leapt up to join him. No pups today, still, she noted, settling behind him. No, Shisui agreed. The wind ruffled his hair, tugging unruly tufts down over his crooked headband, and the setting sun lent his eye a molten glow. Team Genbu is doing a quick run around the border, Itaka-kun and Team Byakko are still running supplies for one of the cells moving out of Ishii, and Zabuza and Team Suzaku are raiding a trade caravan. Developed a taste for that, Zabuza, San said dryly. Shisui rolled his eye. Don't let him hear you say that. I think he's overcompensating or something, but the captain says it's a good thing because that's the only way we get enough flak jackets and ration bars for everyone. Plus, it's good practice for the kids. Not fighting, I thought, said San, frowning. Were you not planning to keep the pups out of the war? Shisui sighed, tired. We were. We still are, he corrected. But if it comes down to it, he shrugged. Team Suzaku is the best suited to fight. Haku has his mirrors, and Temari has her fan, so they can get away quickly if they need to. His fingers tapped absently against the rock. The sun crept ever lower on the horizon as they watched in companionable silence. Do not leave without warning, San said abruptly. I would give you a gift before you go. She slid her gaze over to watch him. All of you. His face was pensive, half obscured by the headband as he tilted his head forward. It's those wolf masks, isn't it? He said, an amused light in his eye. I've seen them in the cave. Masks are for pups only, when cloth and bandages they hide their faces with now are not enough, San said dismissively. You are no pup. She paused and reconsidered. You are less of a pup, she corrected, and bared her teeth in a grin as he shoved her lightly. Yours is not yet finished, she said. But I should like that you remember me and Chie and Yuuki when you go. Shisui smiled, a small, rare thing. You're hard to forget, he said. San turned away again, hunching over her legs and propping her chin up in her hand. You are not so easy to forget, yourself. Her siblings and the Ninken had retreated into the sleeping den, as the temperature dropped with the sun. Kakashi's Ninken pack slept in the warm furs in San's den, when he was away, and these days, he was away more than he was here. Soon, he would be gone entirely, and with each river that swelled and burst and tumbled down the mountainside, that day drew closer. This is the part where things change, she said aloud, and she couldn't quite keep the mournfulness from her tone. Shisui met her eyes wearily. Yeah, he said. This is the part where everything changes. One night, San lifted her head from Chie's side and Kakashi was there, silhouetted in the moonlight spilling into the den. She glanced up and all around her was Kakashi's Ninken pack, all 8 of them, entangled in Yuuki's paws, a head and legs thrown over Chie's back, radiating out like the battle fans she'd carved for Hinata out of a moose's rack. All 8 of them, entangled in San's own pack, and the last standing at the entrance. He jerked his head towards the outside, and she rolled to her feet and followed him out. It is time, San noted, as they padded through the clearing. There was no snow anymore, just a bite in the air and damp dirt to mark the season that had passed. Kakashi nodded just once, and his bone-white armor and unruly hair gleamed in the moonlight that streamed down unfiltered. We leave tomorrow, he confirmed. Most of our forces have mobilized already. I don't want anyone to know we have Shisui or the last 4, so we're the last. San hummed absently and reached up to push his crooked headband up his forehead. He led her, staring down at her curiously. I would see your eyes, she said solemnly when he didn't open the scarred eyelid. This is the only eye that is mine, Kakashi responded. A hint of a growl built up in her chest, but she swallowed it back down. Packmate mine, she warned. Do not forget that you are not broken. A gift given made you even more than whole. I would see your eyes. Slowly, reluctantly, Kakashi slid his eyelid and regarded San with mismatched eyes. Satisfied. San stared up at him soberly, memorizing the slant of his eyes, the faint glow of the fire shadow wheel as it swirled lazily and the deep onyx of the other. Faces those changed, noses grew, jaws sharpened, cheeks collected scars. Eyes, though Kakashi's eyes were the same and different all at the same time. They were sharp and intelligent and tired and resolved, his shields lowered for her, in this moment, this night in the early spring before he left her behind once again. San would remember his eyes when he was gone. Satisfied, she said softly, and he reached up to pull the headband back down. You will not return, she said, a statement more than a question. No, Kakashi agreed. I will not. Because even if he won this war, there was another to be fought, and even if he won that one as well, even if he survived, Kakashi would have a greater responsibility than just his little pack. It was not a responsibility that would suffer him to return to San's mother's forest in the land the ninja called Tetsu, or even one that would suffer him to enter Tetsu at all. I will not see you again, packmate mine, she said. No, said Kakashi again. I don't think you will. San did not cup him by the back of the neck or press her forehead to his, because though she was wolf and he was Hatake and pack, he was shinobi and shinobi did not do well with such gestures. Go well, she said instead. You have my mother's favor. She reached up and pulled off the fang that hung on twine around her neck, one of the 4 that had ringed her throat on the cord of her cloak, that her mother had given her when she was a child and had nothing in the world but 2 dead ninja parents. She held it out to him. He took it gently, and at her nod pulled it over his own head until it swung gently atop his armor. Thank you, San, he said. You risked a lot, taking us all in just to repay a debt. Do not insult me, Kakashi, San grumbled, narrowing her eyes at him. You are pack, and that a debt I would repay 1,000 times over. She glanced away, across the moonlit hollow to the den where the pups slumbered. Take care of them, she ordered. They and you always have a home here. On some unspoken signal, San heard the light flutter of many paws, and she turned to see the 8 hounds of Kakashi's pack stream from her sleeping den, padding on light paws to where the pair stood at the edge of the hollow. You are leaving now, she noted, as Uhei nudged her affectionately and Guriko stood up on his hind paws to shove a cold nose in her hair and Uroshi brushed the length of his body against her side. We're going first, to make sure the path is safe, agreed Kakashi as Yuuki and Chie emerged last of all, the yellow of their eyes stark against the faint glow of their snowy pelts. The others will follow tomorrow at dawn. San felt her heart swell with emotions she could not name at the sight of her pack the last time her pack would all be together. Go well, Kakashi Ninjin, rumbled Yuuki, swinging his muzzle around to nudge at Kakashi's shoulder. May the wind guide your paws and sharpen your fangs, Kakashi Wolf, added Chie, twining through the Ninken and around Kakashi. And Kakashi, her strong, stubborn pack-mate Kakashi, nodded at them simply. Go, he told his Ninken quietly, and San and Yuuki and Chia watched as in one body, one pack, Kakashi and Pakun and Akino and all the rest leapt across the clearing to the caves that would lead them into their territory and out of their mother's forest for the last time. Check the description for the links to the author.